And for those of you who are not interested in a recap, well, welcome to Part 9, the actual beginning of the episode, where we get to go run off and talk to somebody about stuff. Careful there. Floorboards look rotten and weak. Oh, got a lot of things to talk about. Moonshine probably. Smells like tasty fermentation. Yeah, there's been a little temptation for Harry to want to, like, do drugs and drink alcohol again. I've been trying to keep him away from that. Oh, sorry. Forgot to turn the sound back up. Should be good now. The title card... title screen, rather, is quite a lot louder than the game in general, so I always have to turn it down at the start. Hi, 2.5 Scums. Nice to see you. How are you? This is the tent. Don't want to be here yet. We will go back to that, and we will investigate the church more. I was talking earlier in the stream about how I think this game is oddly optimistic for how dark it is. And I wonder, do you feel the same way, or is that like... am I reading too far into it? What is this door saying? Door is closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't been over in this side of town when it was night yet, so I guess I haven't seen that. Surf Gorange, thanks so much for the 34 months. I greatly appreciate your support. That goes for everybody who has subscribed. Thank you for keeping me able to keep the lights on and buying the food and all. It's much more dark if you get into some of the lore nitty-gritty. Well, I'm not dismissing that it's dark. I agree that it's dark, but it's both sides, right? It's dark and it's optimistic still, somehow. A lot of markers I didn't notice here. Scribbled between the thighs of a page 3 girl. I'm not sure what that said. Something in French. Something de disco. I've heard that the novel set in the same universe is darker. Oh. There's something down there. There is? Is it a clown? Does he have my paper boat? Georgie? I can't get over the fact that that kid was like, hey, oh, there's a clown in the sewer. I should talk to him. And then he tells him, I'm not supposed to talk to strangers. It's like, but you're doing that. And it's a clown in a sewer. Oh, I did sort of Marge Simpson slightly when I said that, didn't I? Oh, I'm just supposed to go to the apartment. I don't know why I thought I was supposed to, look for him in the spot he was smoking last. What's the fastest way up? Let's go back to the side door over here, I guess. I was just expecting to be standing up there for some reason. I know where I'm going. I'm just being silly. I really appreciate that although this map sprawls a little bit, it's also weirdly easy to kind of orient yourself within, because there's a lot of large objects that you can kind of... you use as, you know, perspective versus other things. Alright, so let's talk to the smoker then.
Marie, you found me.
The young man on the balcony gives you a bright smile before taking another drag from his cigarette.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds.
Every time I hear the narrator's voice, I feel like at ease again. That narrator's voice, I don't want to say it carries the game, because it doesn't, but it is really a big factor in why I keep wanting to come back. Also the writing, also Kim, also the characterization. And the overall story. But, like, I really find his voice very soothing and compelling.
It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
We got your hint. Found the key right under that stone. And Kuno, of course. Kuno is the exact opposite of the narrator. Although I am starting to see a small bit of character complexity emerging, which really, if you want to be a good writer, teasing a little complexity the way they have is probably the way to do it. And I just didn't expect any complexity in that character, really. I thought he was just going to be an annoying kid.
Beautiful.
He replies, smiling. As he looks at you, something sparkles in his eyes.
So tell me, are you here to make things right again?
Ah, good question. That's what I'm aiming for, yes. Honestly, I'm just trying not to screw anything up. Or I'm not going to make things right, I'm just going to make them spectacular. Ignore his question. I was hoping to talk to a possible witness. Your balcony overlooks the murder scene. No, I'd like to make things right again, but I'm not sure what that means to you exactly. But let's find out.
Beautiful.
He says again. A nearby street lamp casts shadows on his chin, drawing out the slender cheekbones.
I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Oh. All right. By the way, I'm really digging the view here. Points to the city skyline. Is it Friday tonight? Feels like Friday. Why would I want to meet your friend? Or very well talk to him, but first I want to question you. I want to say the skyline's nice.
Mm-hmm. That's why I chose this place.
He looks away.
Martinez is special, isn't it?
His cigarette end glowing in the dark. Yeah, Martinez is pretty interesting. My experience here has been all over the place. I'm going to say not a lot of warmth in Martinez, largely, but I don't think that it's possible that there isn't any warmth. I've just kind of found all the... Well, I'm investigating a murder. That's what's going to happen.
Wait. Suddenly you're digging things?
The lieutenant whispers to you, shaking his head. Is it Friday tonight? No. Is it? I don't think so.
It does feel like the end of the week.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
so
it's not.
magical. The white falling against the black.
Why would I want to meet your friend?
Trust me. You do.
Okay. Very well, I'll talk to him.
That's nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around. It's getting dark, and the neighboring windows have lit up one by one.
Yeah, I thought it was Wednesday as well. I just couldn't remember 100% if it started on a Monday or what. And I just didn't want to say that out loud in case it was dumb and wrong.
Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard,
Oh, kitty!
disappearing into the bush.
Gotta pet that cat. Oh, perception success. I love that there's a stat that literally exists right now just to tell me a cat exists. That's fantastic. I should get a cat sight perception bonus. Like, have a stat that's exclusively for finding cats.
Besides, I've got to run.
Okay.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
I don't want to be alone. Thomas was alone. And it wasn't enough to pay for an indie game. Or was it? I guess it was.
Something tells you you're never going to talk to an individual this cool or mysterious ever again.
Hi, Chipmunk. Nice to see you. But I just found you again.
Just look at it. It's a beautiful night. Who's going to stay in on a night like this?
Only if you promise that we'll talk again. It's important.
Something flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as
Oh.
you're saying those words.
Butterfly? Get out of there.
We'll talk. Just not tonight.
Oh, okay. The smoker assures you, brushing his hand through the hair.
Take care, alright?
Okay. Well, I'm glad that we made it. Anyway, even if we don't get to really talk. He says with another disarming smile before slipping off into the night.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Well, I feel like the game is trying to characterize this person as being very aloof. But they may have a very good reason for being aloof, and honestly, it might even be in service of us finding out the information we need. Because they wouldn't have bothered to give us a hint to come back at a certain time if there wasn't a need for that, right? So I pretty much trust this person right now until I see evidence to the contrary. He's always leaving. Why is he always leaving, Kim? Or there's something so different about him I can't put my finger on. Or let's go, Kim. We have to interview the Sunday friend. Well, let's see what Kim says about their leaving.
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery.
He says, turning his face away from you. Yeah, Kim's voice actor's really good, too. Both of them. Well, really, I don't think anybody's a bad voice actor in this, but the two of them are, like, extraordinarily good. Something so different about him.
Different, of course.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks. Such a good listener. I like talking to him.
You
Yeah.
like talking to him.
Lieutenant squints his eyes, trying to hold back laughter. It made me feel special.
It made you feel special.
What are you doing, Kim? What? Why did it play dead air sound?
He's barely holding it together. It's all he can do to keep from bursting out in laughter.
What? That's weird. I don't
Come
understand
on,
what's going
detective.
on.
Let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend, remember?
I feel like there's a tremendous amount of subtext that Kim knows and I don't. I don't know why Kim would know that, though, and I don't. Because we've mostly been in the same places at the same times. Hi, Ari. Nice to see you. How are you? All right. Well, interview the Sunday friend is now our new goal here. You finally met up with the mysterious smoker on the balcony. He said the one you really want to talk to is his friend. The friend is waiting for you inside in apartment 28. Go and meet him right now. He won't be there later. Glad they told me that. And we can level up if need be. I guess I'll hold on to it again, as I often do. Oh. Do we know Sunday Friend? I don't recognize them yet, I don't think. A quarterly business magazine. An old photo of the same apartment dated year 01. Expensive men's perfume lingers in the air. Creep Air! Thank you very much for your resubscription. We got the perfect animated GIF for this game. I hate rich people. Thank you for the 11 months and 3-month streak. Yeah, sorry for the jump scare. It's like a 1 in, I don't know, 20 chance or something of that happening. I forget what I put the percentage at. Dishes soaked up in a pot. Hey, Macros as well! Macros86, thank you for the 134 months. Do you think the afterlife really has discos? Disco stew, maybe. Discos imply giant shoes with fish in them. Dates for open lectures at a local university. Flyers for underground parties. Do you think skeletons have underground parties? An exquisite canopy bed made of metal. Ooh, that sounds terrifying. I don't want a bed made of metal. I'm gonna get torn up on it. Oh. I got a Sumerian conical hat. This tawny cone-shaped hat looks like a beacon of Sumerian wisdom. Did I say it wrong a second? I might have. Its straws sticking up like antennas. Thank God you can't really see people's reactions when they see you strolling around in this incredibly insensitive headpiece. Right. Super logical for a cop to wear this. Ooh, party dragon. That's a good dragon. What's a dragon on? This sleazy, silky bathing robe in vibrant blues featuring a roaring dragon on its front, ready to take off into the night. A red belt has been provided for fastening. It's culturally insensitive, but only for people who are not from Seoul. The real Soulites probably don't care. +1 to drama, +1 to electrochemistry. It's got pretty good stats, but I don't really want to wear it. Buckets of paint on a layer of old newspapers. Alright, who's this person?
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
The man in business casual removes his cufflinks. Okay, I'm not aware of Sunday Friend at this
You
point.
shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason, you feel this man is your superior.
Oh no, don't tell me he's from the Home Office.
Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
How does that work? Is he in some sort of... Is he a satellite officer? I forget what all... We went through, like, the hierarchy of who you could be as you get promoted. And we found out that our character had the option to become captain twice and turned it down. Oh, I can almost remember what that word is, but it's not there anymore. Somebody will remember, though.
His hands are clean and well manicured. This is a man who knows the
Yeah, Freighter,
importance of
thank you.
appearances.
It sounds very silly, but for some reason I was, like, proud of myself for remembering that for a couple of days after the game when I played it last week. And then it didn't make it all the way around to the next Saturday. I don't know if I'll ever use that phrase or term again for the rest of my life, but I like knowing random little bits and bobs here and there. It's a cool word. And I honestly, if I didn't have chat, I probably wouldn't have even known what it meant. I forget if they explained what it meant. They might have explained it actually in the game. But if I saw something like that out of context, I may have not pursued what it meant, and I should always do that.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government.
Ah.
I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé.
Sur-le-Clef. That name is something we've heard before. I don't remember their name, though, being mentioned at any point.
I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
This seems really strange and random. What's going on here?
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here.
All right. Point to the bed. Before we go on, I absolutely have to inquire about this wonderful canopy, or show him the silk robe. Before we get to that, tell me where you got this beautiful silk robe from, or show him the Samarin hat. We'll get to that right after you tell me the story behind this black Samarin hat. I said that two different ways, didn't I? Get down to business. Hello, Mr. Villedouin. Let's get started. Tell me about the silk robe.
Oh, we got it from an atelier in the East Delta Commerce Center. Personally, I think it's a little culturally insensitive, but the material is great. Sadly, the shop is now out of business.
Huh.
That's really all I can tell you about it.
Okay. He forms a little rooftop with his fingers. Cold air sweeps in from the balcony. I've often been curious about the topic of cultural insensitivity when it comes to clothing, and I watched someone, a Japanese guy, YouTube channel, Ask Shogo, I believe is his name, talking about, like, how do you feel when foreigners wear traditional Japanese garments, and his take was actually, like, the opposite of what I was expecting. He was like, we actually, like, as, not that he can speak for all Japanese people, but he said that I think the common take is, like, it's actually kind of like an honor that people would like your clothing so much that they want to wear it. The problem just comes in when you get these kind of shoddy shops that sell, like, bad versions of the clothes, and people don't know how to tell what's good and what's not. So they end up with the wrong type of clothing on, or the wrong seasonal representation, or it's, like, not tied correctly or something like that. So yeah. Anyway, I just thought that was interesting, because I thought it would be, like, frustrating to people to see that, but no, it's not really the case. Anyway, continue.
That didn't work at all.
Spent a summer in Japan as a teenager for an exchange. My host family dressed me up, can confirm. Nice. Yeah, it must feel really nice to wear that. It looks like it would feel nice to walk around in those.
The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
Sunday friend might subtly be the most insidious character. Oh. So you actually witnessed the lynching, or what's an official like you doing in Martinez, or can you tell me? Sorry, can you tell me about your friend? Yeah, I want to know about your credibility first before we establish what stories you've got. So tell me about why you're here.
The coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled.
Interesting metaphor, but okay. Like, as a half Jamaican, I've seen plenty of representation from my culture, for example, that isn't super savory. Right, of course. And as I said, I don't think that anyone can speak for everyone on any topic like that. I was just thinking on a very surface level, like it wouldn't be likely to make people feel honored, at least, is what I was surprised by. But, you know, fair enough.
The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
Okay. But what are you doing here in this apartment? Or, so you're some kind of bureaucrat, or what is this international community, or what is the price stabilité? Apologies if I butcher the pronunciation on these. I'm just, you know, just doing my best. Yeah, what are you doing here?
Well, I'm renovating it.
Are ya?
It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
I'm giving him my most skeptical eyes. So you're some kind of bureaucrat?
Yes. As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stability. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Intern.
Moral intern. Oh, man. I can't remember all of these terms. I know I've heard of Sur-la-Clé before, and I know I've heard moral intern before, but I don't remember where I've heard either of them. It might just be that I've forgotten.
Wait,
I don't know.
There isn't actually an Institute of Price Stability, is there? Or maybe there is. God, it's impossible to understand whether someone from the Moral Intern is joking or not.
Okay. Moral intern is the Moralist International. Okay, that's fair. I still don't remember what the context of that is, but I will try and keep those two things tied in my head. Tell me about the international community.
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution.
I just smiled because Little customer service just followed, and I have to report, Little, I've been to your stores. I've had nothing but good experiences so far, so thank you for being here. And what do I call the coalition?
Your employer, technically speaking. The governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration.
What is the price stability?
It is the most important thing.
Yeah, tell me more, please.
It's the central goal of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment.
Okay.
Which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Yeah, no, I've heard this whole run around a few times, but I've not usually heard it directly from one person in such a personal way.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
And yet the price of bread still does change sometimes. Buy my apples. All right. You know what? Little customer service, I will indeed buy your apples, because you have fine apples. If you ask how do I like them apples, I say they're fine apples.
Précisément. Too
Précisément.
much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce. That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
Do we have one of these in Ireland? Every time I go back to the grocery store, I feel like the prices go up a little bit. But that's also because we're in a bizarre scenario where, like, all these corporations have used COVID as an excuse to jack up prices. Granted, there was probably some actual inflation requirements, but then it also got out of hand and they're just doing it for the fun of the game. And nobody's regulating them to tell them to stop. Because they're like, oh, look, we got all these profits. Hey, they still need to buy groceries, don't they? So yeah, it's still going up. I wish it would stop doing that. Below... Yeah, 2% of what?
But not too far below. No. Too below is also bad. Below, but close to 2%.
You're not answering my questions.
The coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet?
Yeah. Give me the
A
leaflet.
sound monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern.
I know that
It's the
phrase.
reason why I identify
Raison
as a
d'être.
moralist.
Yeah, at a low level, like, sound monetary policy is actually somewhat essential for addressing uncertainty. I think that's kind of true. I need to be able to know that if I buy a house in a certain place, that not everything will become chaos in the next 5 years, right? Like, that's kind of important. Because if nobody can trust anything to stay at least reasonably stable, why would anyone invest in anything? But I don't really know as far as it being a governing framework for everything you stand for, if you have any substance to your character or if you're just saying things.
But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today.
No!
That's too bad. You can always call our information line.
Bullshit.
Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment.
I wanted a
transparency.
leaflet. I've heard about this moral intern before, but I want to know more.
It's the International Organization for Moralists. Hence,
Oh.
Moralist International. The Institute of
I think we've
Stability
never had it
is just
explained,
one of its
actually, now
many
that I think about it.
mind babies.
What
As
did you
is the
just say? Oh, I hate that phrase. Mind babies? Oh. Awful. Oh, about to go spend some $40 on donuts. You must be buying the Irish Krispy Kreme 12-pack. Every time I look at the box of donuts from the Krispy Kreme thing, I'm like, we're in hell. There's no way a donut should cost this much. Are you a moralist?
But of course,
But why?
because moralists believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values.
What is a normal, stable world?
The Occident is part of the normal world. Oranje, sur la clé.
You're not giving me context in the way that I need, Sunday friend. Martinez doesn't seem very normal or stable to me.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol? Is it part of the normal world?
Revachol is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are
Okay.
working towards it. You're all doing very well here, relatively speaking.
Relatively. We'll talk about the lynching in a second. He gives you an approving nod. I don't think I'm a moralist. Moralism sounds incredibly boring. I want more action. Moralism is the ideology of foreign occupiers. Revachol must be governed by Revacholians. Democracy is a meaningless sham as long as the working class is under the boot heel of capital. Oh, I might agree with that. It's like every time I'm talking to people, I'm choosing option D. None of the above. Is that moralism? Yeah, I think I actually genuinely think number 3 is the correct answer.
Of course, the detective's personal views do not represent the views of the RCM.
That's fine, Kim. I won't hold it against you.
Ah, my friend. But the lesson of the revolution is that communism does not work.
So, like, this is always the way that this conversation seems to go. Whether it's socialism, communism, Marxism, any one of those isms in that ballpark, it's always, look at this failed example of this thing not working out. Doesn't that mean we can extrapolate that all instances of this thing will be failed and flawed? And we just can't really seem to separate that one instance of it may have gone wrong, but it doesn't mean the entire idea is bad. Or maybe some format of a hybridized version of that and something else might be better. Yeah, I don't know. That's very frustrating to me, how people don't really want to actually confront the substance of the matter. They just want to point at something like a car wreck and go, look, that's going to be you. But they don't talk about how the person behind the wheel was drunk, you know? That's frustrating. It didn't work because the coalition crushed it violently. We just haven't tried real communism yet. Or are you telling me this world here is working out well? Coalition crushed it.
Oh, yes. The big bad coalition crushed the revolution. Tell me, if the revolution was succeeding, would it have been crushed so easily?
I also don't want to come across as being an enthusiastic shill for any particular ideology either, because I don't know that there still might be better ways to formulate these ideas that are less subject to corruption that led to some of them failing. But I don't know if there's a perfect answer in any case, so I may be just going in circles, really.
Are we really so bad for wanting compromise, peace, and prosperity on reasonable, achievable terms? Ask yourself that.
I feel like you're oversimplifying to say that, but, I mean, at face value, those are not necessarily bad ideas, no.
Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I want to know about Orange.
Oranje is an exemplary nation who, as a core member of EPIS, contributes 28% of our annual budget. Next to Sur la Clé, Oranje is probably the most prominent member of the international community.
I'm not gonna lie, when my head hears orange, all I can think of is this one particular picture of an orange cat with a really big round head. And he's just looking at the camera like, I'm just a cat, what do you want? And I am then mind flooded from that point on, where everything he says afterward is completely gone. Oranje, sorry, yeah, I'm just saying orange because I'm thinking of that cat. And that cat's name, Albert Einstein. Which one of them is more EPIS?
As founding members, they are both very EPIS. Oranje carries a lot of political weight, while Sur la Clé takes care of the business side of things. Sur la Clé hosts the headquarters of the major EPIS institutions.
EPs. They're sleepies.
Oranje's economy is one of the most advanced in the world.
Oh.
It has successfully transitioned from heavy industry to advanced services and generally acts as an engine for sustainable change in the international community.
How do they feel about our docking and shipping container industry here in this town? Do they like that?
But that didn't tell you anything about
Yeah,
Oranje.
I've noticed. I've freaking noticed, Rhetoric. Thank you. Can you just talk like a normal... That's literally all we could say to him. Can we talk like a normal person?
About what?
About Oranje. Just tell me what it's like there.
Oh, it's very urban and very well organized. Their streets are clean, their horse cars run on time, the people are polite and efficient. Like I said, they are an example for less emerged nations to follow.
Are they overworked and underpaid and miserable and don't get enough sleep and aren't allowed to quit their jobs? All right, tell me about Sur le Clé. Le Clé.
What's there to say?
The F falls off, doesn't
Sur-la-Clé
it?
is a modern,
Leclerc.
urbanized country that measures very high on the Human Development and Freedom Index. Mostly, though, it's known as the executive heart of EPIS.
Do you ever hear these, like, macroeconomics people talking about the GDP of some country, and you're just like, this is not a scorecard. Like, there's literally human beings, and all you care about is, like, this number being high. It's so macro that it's like, we've forgotten that we live on Earth.
Moreover, it is a great sponsor of less emerged countries. Revachol is only one of its many darlings whose progress it supports and cherishes.
Yeah, I like that you call Revachol a darling. That's very nice.
Darling? That can't be an official designation.
Yeah. Tell me more about why it's a darling.
Because a great percentage of Revachol's culture hails from Sur-la-Clé. Its language, its people, its cuisine even. Or at least in the downtown La Delta area.
Uh-huh. Is there a graph that juxtaposes the GDP of a country versus its people's happiness rating? I'd like to see that graph. There probably is, honestly. I just haven't looked.
Jamrock and other parts of the international zone have been mercifully spared of Sur-la-Clé's love for meatballs and mashed potatoes.
Wait, I love those things. Am I bad? Oh no. Am I the baddie? Let's talk about something else.
Whatever you wish, officer.
Yeah, tell me about the lynching, please. Man, that was like a long rabbit hole we went down there. I don't feel like I took in much of that information, even though I was also distracting myself.
I'm sorry to say I did, officer.
The man gives a solemn nod. This is just the break we've been looking for. Is it because you did it, Mr. Villedouin? Let's start from the beginning, if you don't mind.
Officer, it's very difficult to describe what I saw.
I don't care. Tell me anyway.
It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
Wait, why are meatballs problematic?
He holds out his hands and blossoms his fingers, like a drama teacher setting the scene.
He was making a steeple before, wasn't he? Alright.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening.
Were you on ether at that moment?
I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one.
What? What?
That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
I don't know what the flag is for what he just said there. It's like plausibly something that could have happened, but also implies a much larger conspiracy than I was expecting. And also, I don't know that I believe you're credible in the first place. And also, I don't even know your name. You're still Sunday Friend. Weird.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Well done, detective.
I wasn't expecting too many big twists about this story in particular at this point. I figured there's information we were missing, but not whatever that was. Yeah, who were they? Can you describe them?
I couldn't see their faces well.
Of course not.
And there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez.
He pauses looking for the right wording.
Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Did any of them sound like a child? How many were there?
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
How about the shoe sizes? What do you got?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Were any of them huge, like 200 kilograms?
That's a giant you're describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell.
All right, drummers?
Drummers? Why? No.
Yeah, what is a drummer
But
going to
then,
look like? That's a silly question.
I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
No, it's okay, Kim. I appreciate that you're trying to investigate from whatever angles you can come up with. It wasn't so bad, intelligent fool. I appreciate the thought, though.
I went back inside.
What happened next? He said he went back inside.
Were you able
All right.
to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men, women?
All men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
And what ethnicity were
I
they?
believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent.
And what happened next?
Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
Huh? What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Why didn't you call the RCM?
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock.
I mean, that seems like not an outlandish answer.
I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
No!
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
How are we going to talk to everybody on Earth and they're like, I don't know, it was dark.
All I can say is that it was late.
Wait, you don't even have a general idea at all. That's too much. If you just witnessed a hanging, you're gonna take some sort of stock of where and when that happened. You didn't check your
My
watch.
Yes, now I remember. It was 30 minutes past midnight, give or take.
He looks at his watch as though noticing it for the first time. Okay, so why did they tell me that? Is that because he's making that up? What a strange... Like, he had to look at his watch to remember he has a watch. So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself, did you? Oh yeah, I bet it was dark.
No, I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Those are all my questions. Thanks for your time.
Anything I can do to assist the RCM.
Tell me about your friend, please.
Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What are you doing in his apartment by yourself?
I'm just enjoying the view.
Isn't it rude for your friend to leave you alone like this?
We're old friends. Nothing's taboo between us. He comes and goes.
I don't know if we're trying to, like, probe to find out that they're lovers or something. Like, I don't care if they are. It's just odd that we're just not...
I'm sure you'll see him
all right.
around. He's very active.
You still haven't told me who he
Sorry.
is.
Who?
Man throws a quick glance at his watch. Oh, he remembers now. Your friend the smoker on the balcony, we're just talking about
But I
him.
told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future, especially the arts. It is a cornerstone of our civilization.
Can you tell me his name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right? Please don't put me in this situation.
That's a little sketchy, right? I'm trying to imagine if I was in a situation like this and the police were asking me for the name of someone that was just in the house that you're in now. If you tell them, like, no, I won't give you their name, they'd be like, what do you mean? Yes, you will. That doesn't check out to me that you could just not say the name. I mean, you could not say it, but I feel like they would not be very happy with that and they would pressure you over it somehow. I don't know. I don't really know what happens if you just refuse information like that. It doesn't seem like a good thing to do. Coming from America anyway, I don't know, maybe it's not the same with the Garda here. Prefer not to find out, I guess. So all you can tell me about him is that he's here to study the arts.
He's deeply enmeshed in the study of the fine
Ooh.
arts, yes.
It's good to be enmeshed. Enmeshed potatoes. Delicious. Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking.
You don't even
who
know?
knows? The world is open wide.
What
for
is this
talented
story? You don't even know this person, do you? You're not telling me his name because you don't know him at all. Why are you in his house? What is this? Most cops would try to press you into incriminating yourself somehow, then get you for the first lie with obscuring justice. Right, they just try to get you to talk and talk and talk, even if it's not about anything relevant, so that way they can write down all the notes and then find something conflicting to invalidate your credibility, right? Which is why it's better to just say nothing or as few things as possible, so you just can't incriminate yourself then. Even if you haven't incriminated yourself over something real, they'll figure out a way to make that be the case. He's macro about the smoker. Right. How did you even become friends?
How did any of us become friends?
Oh, shut up, Sunday
Bad things
friend.
happening on the Insulan Peninsula. Oil platforms ablaze in the night. Civil wars lasting for years. Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
What is wrong with you, Sunday friend? What even stranger is, why did the smoker be like, you want to talk to this guy? He's got all the shit going on. Didn't give me any sort of preface about why he's here. Now it's making me question their credibility because this is too weird. But maybe they're stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because like maybe this guy's got some dirt on him or something, and he's just like, get me out of here. I don't know. Yeah, what are you talking about? No one becomes friends this way.
Au contraire.
Au
It's how
contraire.
millions of people end up where they are. Meeting the people they meet. It's how I came here.
Yeah.
And my friend, too.
Yeah, very politician of you, I know. Millions of people end up where they are. It's so frustrating because, like, on a literal level, yes, sure, you're right. But you're not giving me any information at all. What's Kedra? Yeah.
Kedra is a candidate member
Kedra.
of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a
contentious.
more
Spill the tea.
contentious issue.
Did you know that when people say spill the tea, they mean spill the truth? It's tea for truth, and it's just turned into literally, tea. The stuff in front of me here.
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
I don't care. What does this have to do with anything? Yeah, tell me about the EPIS, I guess.
EPIS is a very special program developed by the Moral Intern to support certain Occidental nations. It began as a unified system of weights and measures, which proved to be a wild success. Nothing but kilograms and centimeters as far as the eye can see.
I'm glad that I chose to do this right at the beginning of the gameplay segment, because I think if I got to this guy after 3 hours of Disco Elysium, I'd be like, alright, I have had enough today. But I can shrug it off because it's still early now.
God, yes. Sweet standardization. The backbone of rationality and commerce.
It's like when I come out of Whirling in Rags and the first thing the game's like, you gotta talk to Kuno for an hour now. Like, are you sure? Are you sure that's what I need to do? I could probably do something else, though. Yeah, the backbone of rationality.
It was such a wild success that we expanded it into an economic union for the processing of steel. Another success. And between you and me, the Moral Intern feels emboldened by this success. Emboldened to take EPIS to the next level.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's because he's dry. If he's a dirtbag, like, obviously so, there's character in that. If he's really interesting or has a lot of charisma, whatever else, like, you can find a way to make it fun. I don't know what this guy's got going on. He's just here, and he's got a lot to say. And we'll miss him. We're gonna miss him. What's it stand for,
Why,
though?
it stands for progress and stability, like the moral intern as a whole.
EPIS stands for Progress and Stability. Okay, great acronym. What do the letters stand
It's
for?
been such a wild, extraordinary success thus far. We are very excited to take it to the next level.
I was making a Tool reference. That's why I said that. We're gonna miss him. You don't even hear the words I'm saying, do you?
A
Not you.
supranational political alliance. The United States of Occident.
United States of Occident. I mean, it sounds interesting. Is it going to be like this place here?
You mean Revachol? No, it's going to have transparent democracy.
Extra health point was a good idea. Might have died from boredom. Wouldn't that be a morale hit? Well, maybe it's both. Is Revachol going to be part of the EPIS?
It's one day going to be a candidate member of EPIS.
It's not even a candidate member yet. Jesus, Sunday friend.
Except that candidate members never become full members, do they?
I don't know. Rhetoric, I'm so far out of my depth right now. Didn't you say that candidate members never become real members?
No. Candidate members do become members. Why do we even have the whole system in place if they don't? It just takes time.
Bureaucracy. I
Time
don't know.
And evaluation.
You ever played the Stanley Parable? It's probably something like that.
But we were talking about my friend here, not politics.
Do you have a department where you have someone hired that just hits a button so a baby doesn't go into a fire, and they just do that all day, and that's their entire job, and they clock in and out, and the baby is still not in the fire, but you gotta press the button more? You probably do, don't you? I had something else in
I'm all
mind.
ears, officer.
And by something else in mind, I have to go, because I have a headache.
A moment, officer. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave.
Use your Eve! Thank you for the reprieve. For 33 months of, that cool, dat boy. He's a good buddy of mine, really, that frog. He's been dutifully riding that unicycle for years now, and I have nothing but respect and humility toward his job. I think he's doing a better job, honestly, than Sunday Friend at this point. But thanks very much for your support, as always, Yusuruv. Why can't we talk later?
It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. After you leave, I should be leaving as well.
Why are you talking to me now?
That's not the real reason he's so apprehensive. Men in his position shouldn't be seen loitering around in underprivileged young men's apartments in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah, it is the night. You're right. We specifically had to come here at night. To be fair, the Steel Union thing was a clear reference to ECSC, the main precursor to the EU. Chat, is the EU a good thing? Sets fire, walks away. I'm just kidding. I don't want to do that, really. I was just joking. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to take a look around this apartment. Thanks for the heads up, but my work here is done. Well, yeah. I think I've already looked at the apartment, but sure.
Go ahead. It's a beautiful space.
It has a great view.
Let me know if you have any further questions.
I just noticed the shower head seems to directly shoot into the toilet. So that's pretty exciting. No, I guess it's perspective. There's probably like a small 2x2 space underneath it or something. I will not ask England. Actually, I don't even mind asking England, because I'm pretty sure they agree with me. They probably, well, most of them seem to regret. The sensible ones that I have talked to seem to regret what happened that day. And, well, many of them didn't really want that to be a thing in the first place, but even some of the people that did regret it now. Okay. Oh, right, I can't open that. Right, so the smoker story is done. I'm gonna save, because that's what you do after a big dialogue. Big dialogue in the toilet. Oh, I might be able to open that with a tool. I think I tried that before, though. Oh, doesn't mean I shouldn't try again, though. I'll take my pry bar, and I'll take my flashlight, and we'll give it another go. Ah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I would have just walked right by that. It's strange to me that they don't prompt you, knowing that you have the pry bar. Like, why don't they just tell you, you know, try using the pry bar? But I guess that's just too hand-holdy, which, fair enough, I guess, if that's the problem. It's not like it's that hard to understand to do that either. I just forgot. Alright, what's our goal now? So we've had that meeting. Let's recap our journal, I guess. Okay, so this is about the church. Help the ravers start a nightclub. Solve the egghead puzzle. Split a kilo with Kuno. That's flat 12 inside of the apartment building. So we were just in there, but I didn't go. Photos about the hangman's tattoos. I don't know if I need to call the office about that, or who knows about the tattoos. We talked to the guy that has tattoos. He didn't seem to care, I think. If an outline that was gray becomes purple, it means you can use an equipped tool. Okay. Tomorrow we're going to call about the armor number. We still got to find the rest of the armor, which I don't know where we're looking for that. Oh, Kuno, apparently. Proving my authority. Don't know how to do that. I have to find the cryptozoologist, which I thought I would have found him because we kind of looked most of the way over. I think we walked all the way to the edge. We don't know about the lady driver, even though we've talked to everyone about it. There's apparently another person that is no longer there. That seems to be hiding. Who put the clothes in the trash? Who else has unauthorized access to the whirling trash? Find this person, and you'll know who tampered with the scene. Yeah, it says this may take a while, so I have a feeling this is not for our story to have opened up to yet. Oh, right. Joyce's info, which required my badge. I forgot. We've Metroidvania'd our way to new information, potentially. Joyce is which person? The lady on the boat. Lady on the boat, lady on the boat, lady on the boat. I was thinking it was the lady I called on the phone that used to work at Whirling in Rags, but that's not her. I forget that lady's name. Cool. Sylvie, man, you got a good memory.
Good. What can I help you with?
Oh, I'm so excited. I found my badge, by the way.
I love you did.
She inspects the piece of blue plastic, her eyes scanning from left to right.
Fast, observantly, like an electronic printer.
Oh, I love being compared to an electronic printer.
Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to
Huge.
see a man of high qualification. The
I got so
situation
many
is
freighters,
precarious.
you could put me in the Suez Canal.
What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
Seaweed drips from the badge in your hand. It smells of fish.
How about you share your information on the lynching?
Yeah.
Now that you've seen his badge.
The goalposts have moved, Lieutenant.
Uh-oh.
In the absence of the badge, I have informed my employer there will be a probe.
Oh, I'm gonna lose my mind. Every time there's another excuse.
I cannot rescind that promise.
I don't think
To
you
my
want to tell
knowledge,
me
the
this
drivers are
information
still
at
the
all.
Roundabout. I will tell you everything I know when you've finished with them.
I have talked to all of them. There is one missing. I don't care. This was your plan all along.
My plan is to share information. The only way to do that now is by telling my employers you've kept your end, which I hope you will.
I have.
Let me tell you, we are in dire waters.
You're the only one in the water right now.
Meaning, the information she has will raise the stakes in this game.
In Disco Elysium, this game.
The sooner the probe is finished, the sooner I can share
I'm so
crucial
mad.
information with you. Now, is there anything I can do for you in the meanwhile? Tea, perhaps?
This is like getting super missiles and opening the green door, and there's a freaking wall on the other side, and I'm done. No, I'm not done, but that's annoying. You know what I went through to get that badge? And you just go, you know, you gotta do something else now. Who cares? Drinking your thermos. Sitting on your rocking boat all day. You get out there and talk to some people in lorries. Making poor Kim have to do it. Let him have a nap. All he talks about is how much walking we do all day. Dude needs a nap. Ridiculous. I want to know more about this.
Just an ordinary wall.
Oh, right.
Nothing
Locked.
to see here.
Conceptualization 5. Do I want a point in conceptualization? It is one of my high points already. I do like when you go into something very hard to, like, go even further into it. I've found over years of playing RPGs, spreading all your points evenly amongst everything tends to make the most boring playthrough. The best ones are where you go really hard on, like, a couple things, and then you let everything else be terrible. Oh, thanks very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Try the check, then reset it. But I can't. It's locked already. That's why I was looking at it, because I was thinking about resetting it. I was trying to decide, do I actually want to bother or not? I have 3 skill points. I guess I should. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I don't mind having a lot of. The case goes, well as it can be going. I think it's the journey, not the destination with this game.
Wall.
Oh, it's
Nothing to see
impossible.
here.
No, it's not. I'd hardly call 42% impossible. That's, like, not great odds, but not terrible either. We've rolled an 8% and won. 12%? I don't know. Very low percent. Fingers crossed. I think we could do it.
Because
Yeah!
you see it. Finally.
Huge roll.
This wall is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
That's the threshold level. Ah. Yeah, let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain. That's a very nice statement. This is kind of how I feel when I look at painting sometimes. It's like if you could visualize the light as like lasers that come in through your eyes and then explode into flowers in your head. It's maybe a little overly grandiose, but, you know, massive exaggeration.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft. Color peeled from the
Wallcraft?
very face of God.
World of Wallcraft? Yeah, I mean, I've actually gone to the Met and looked at paintings not that far removed from that.
Oh, Wallfather.
Wallfather? I mean, when I was in high school, I had a band called Wall God, and the premise was that we would, at school, we were like 13, 14 years old at the time. we would get our milk cartons from school lunch, right? And we would go out in the courtyard where they'd let us eat our lunch. And we would sacrifice our carton of milk to the wall god. So we went without that day, so the wall god may be quenched. We would throw our milk at that wall and explode it. And, you know, it was a messy affair. We were a bit stupid kids. Like, this is what we decided to do with our milk. And unfortunately, the janitors cleaned up after our entitled asses. And, you know, I regret it a little bit now. But, you know, I've messed with walls before. Do you think we should paint this wall? Yes.
Huh?
We should get Alice involved. She knows about a mural.
He sounds tired of it all.
Yeah, he does.
You already have the heavy fuel oil to use as paint. It's
Oh,
red,
sorry. I meant to say Cindy
and
the Skull,
Cindy
yeah.
the Skull has a paintbrush.
I don't know where I got Alice
This
from.
is on.
Maybe that was my mnemonic device to remember she seems like Alice in Wonderland, but that doesn't really tie me to the name Cindy in any way, so that's a bad one. I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I really can't tell if he's much of an art appreciator. I feel like he could go either way depending on his mood. I already have the paint, just need to get a paintbrush.
If you must.
Resigned tone. Alright, so this is becoming its own mission to paint. But on the upside, maybe we'll learn something from Cindy the Skull as a result of our painting expedition. You up there? Here you are. Hey, you got any grapes?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
I'm going to need your paintbrush.
What for?
It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
To be honest, I haven't really thought of anything yet, but I'm sure I will. Everything is sad and shit, and we need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush. Yeah, that one.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity,
Oh.
not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my conscience.
Cool, no brush then, not a problem. You'll see. You'll all see and tremble. Or to crush a man's dreams like that. I hope you're happy. Alright, no brush, no problem.
You're about to cry internally, aren't you, Piggy?
I just said no problem.
Pathetic. Just give up. Art isn't for you.
It's kind of unnecessarily mean, isn't it? I guess I'll try this Conceptualization 6 roll. Because I am aware of Cindy's living conditions, low 8%.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
I'm going to paint a self-portrait, but sort of, you know, from the inside to show people what it's like.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo.
Okay, I won't do that. Please just give me some paint and a brush. I need to do some art.
You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then.
She
Art
drops...
it up. Just
Oh.
try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits.
She drops her paintbrush into the puddle below. Art it up. You know, it's funny, if I thought about it, like, I don't know if a lot of artists would just give you their paintbrush, even if they're not using it, but also some would absolutely do it, and it's just like a really big split, I'd say, between which would do which.
Sure, anytime. Us shit artists have to help one another. Besides, I was out of fuel oil anyway.
Well, that'll do it.
She only gave it to you because she doesn't see you as competition.
Oh, does she drop it up there?
The right idea is not coming to her. It's excruciating.
Yeah, it can be. You just feel like you're kind of useless. Like, you don't work anymore. Your brain doesn't function. You can't come up with the thing.
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, paint, and a brush. You're ready to do this.
Says I have the paintbrush. It appears that I have the paintbrush. Okay, so we don't have to go up there. Not that it would have been a problem anyway. A paintbrush belonging to Cindy the Skull, an aspiring artist. Its bristles smell nauseatingly of heavy fuel oil. Specks of red, orange, and green paint cover the aluminum ferrule. Ferrule. Not gonna lie, I didn't know it was called that. Not much of a painter, personally. I'm like 2 songs away from finishing my album, and yeah, I can relate greatly. Progress is slow. You'll get there, though. That's the thing you just have to keep in mind.
Paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
When you can't come up with anything, you just have to keep in mind it will come to you soon. Just gotta wait it out. And sometimes waiting is really frustrating, but you have to not get in your own head too much about it, otherwise it makes the wait longer. That's what I found anyway. So I can say, fuck the police, I love you, Kuno, which is kind of tempting, honestly. I think he'd actually explode. Mother of all walls, what shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? Draw a 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human being. Something beautiful is going to happen. No parking. Leave the wall blank. Oh, I'd love to do, you know, the greatest paint touch-up of all time. The picture of Jesus Christ. I'd love to replicate the bad touch-up version. I feel like he'd be capable of it, too. I'm actually quite drawn to something beautiful is going to happen. Although I'm not really sure what that thing might be. Of all of those statements, if you were to leave a moment of thought with someone, that's the one that makes me feel a little bit of something suddenly. If I walked past that wall and saw any of the other lines, it feels common. It feels like something you would expect to see. It feels like it wouldn't change my thought process at all. It wouldn't leave me in a different or better place. The only one out of that list, maybe the pictogram might a little bit, that really does something for me is something beautiful is going to happen. Because it reminds you of the possibility that if you're completely down that rabbit hole of negativity and cynicism, that's not the only possible perspective. But then it makes me wonder, is that one specifically so different, intentionally so, to draw people to click on it? Because this game in itself is a piece of art, so I'm already being, I don't want to say manipulated, that's not quite the right word, but I'm already being directed in various ways based on a sort of meta-textual reading of what's happening. I've seen that kind of phrase a lot, honestly, and it feels cloying and fake to me now. That's another reading of it, I guess, yeah. So you could actually take the exact opposite meaning. If you're already poisoned to that belief that something nice or beautiful could happen, you might see it as further confirmation that things that are beautiful don't happen. And that feels quite sad. What would Revachol want? I do kind of want to hear what Kim says if I write fuck the police. He'd probably be like, yeah, I guess. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? I mean, I like the phrasing of it, but it's just sort of like kind of obvious at the same time. Draw a 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human being. Well, I was just talking about this the other day, too, like how absurd it is to keep realizing that we're all a bunch of apes. Just kind of hanging out over the internet. Just doing whatever electric firings, synaptic connections happen. in our brains and just kind of passing it around, and I'm using the air from my lungs coming through my throat and formed by my tongue and lips to create thoughts. The mechanistic way of looking at the world, the procedural kind of way of it, is really stifling to think about sometimes, and I think the idea of a 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human kind of puts us back in our place occasionally to go, hey, just like keep this in mind. We're getting a little bit out of control with all this bureaucracy and things. Like, just keep that all in mind, please. This is all absurd. Oh yeah, I don't know about my artistic capabilities, though. I believe my character would be much more capable not rendering an image, but instead writing some text. There could be a ninth option, which is to paint the wall a consistent color. And I kind of like that statement, too. It reminds me of the, there's a trash can in the middle of a field of garbage, and someone walks by and picks it up and throws a bit of garbage away. I'm not really comparing Revachol to a field of garbage. That's a bit strong, but in a situation where there's a lot of chaos, to sort of fix up one little bit of it. I don't know. Why is this such a difficult question? This is one of the harder questions they've given me. I feel like this is your entire mark, your confirmation of your existence in this world, is what word or phrase you write on this wall. Jesus, this shouldn't be this difficult. Oh god, it's a personal lens now, isn't it? That's what it is. I'm struggling because there's a there's a crisis of an existential level of what I write here is somehow representative as me in my own state, in my own world. Ah! I've gone too deep. I have an argument for and against every one of them. You know what? I didn't think that there might be more options. That's a great idea. I'm leaving it blank for now. Thank you for offering me that. Thank you for the out. And to the VOD watchers, I'm so sorry that you had to listen to me just talk about that for like 20 minutes or whatever I just did. Yeah, I guess I'd be okay with a vote on it. I don't know. Maybe. That does kind of take my my own agency away from the question, and then I feel a little more okay about it. Where am I going? I'm just like clicking arbitrarily on stuff. Journal. It's a little late, but it's not so late that I couldn't do one more thing. Am I staying in the shack now so I don't have to pay rent? Oh, let's see if the crowd's around for karaoke. Does seem to be that they are. I don't think, Oh, am I allowed? This feels right. You belong here. Doesn't feel right, though, because there's no prompt. I think they have to set up the karaoke or something, like it's not ready to go.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I guess not. I rolled my D8, it came up with option 5. It's sort of validating finding out that this was not an easy question for anybody. Don't know why it matters so much.
A heavy steel door with a prominent
I really want to get in there. There was a skill check at this window, I think, right? Something about the vent at the top?
Behind the dockworkers,
Oh,
a
yeah.
ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches
It's not
scrape
time
the
yet.
glass like bony
Mine is
fingers.
12. Okay, never mind. Yeah, the soundtrack's fantastic, I agree. I've been using it as my stream opener for a while now, since I added it to my playlist. Oh. What's this? The musty smell of a potato cellar in spring emanates from the air vent. That's the second time they've told me about something coming from this vent. But I don't know how to access it at all. They knew I'd walk by there all the time. Is there like a secret passage somewhere, maybe? There's arrows. I see the arrows leading across the wall. Oh, then it's leading up.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Kim, look, bullet holes.
Where?
Point to the chips in the wall. Someone has been shot. We're cops. We should solve it.
There? Those are old.
Yeah. He's just like a golden retriever. Look, bullet holes, bullet holes. You mean old like from the Revolution?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago.
Oh, that's too
Those
old.
bullets were fired during the Revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
You're right. What can you tell me?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Just enough to, just sort of vaguely hint at something, but not really give us a lot. It's okay, we've already learned about the revolution from the soldier anyway. I imagine I was meant to find that earlier. What am I hoping to find over here? Oh, we could do the Kuno thing, or we could go back over to the left part of the island. It's probably that. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back over. Yeah, this is a great flashlight. I would recommend this flashlight to all of the horror game protagonists from now on. Because whenever you do that thing where the batteries need to constantly be replaced, I die a little inside. Because it isn't scary, it's not good resource management, it's just strictly annoying. And we have to know that by now. Thankfully, that time seems to have mostly passed. The worst of that was in like 2015 or so, when there was a lot of that going on in Unity. Have I played or heard of Voices of the Void? I don't think the name sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. That's keeping me out, that little dinky gate. A man of my stature could bowl right through that. No problem. If you bite the void bites back, is what I'm told. They were all copying Alan Wake. Which actually had a reason for the batteries to die, because they were a weapon. I don't know if they were all copying Alan Wake. Maybe some were. I think it was a way that they could have...
Rust peels off the
Sorry,
bent
one sec.
iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere.
I think it was a... it was like a mechanic and a resource to keep you moving around the map a lot of the time. This is from the, like, Slender... the Pages era, where everything was about, like, being lost in a forest and there's, like, a creepy thing behind you. So they kind of wanted you to keep looking and moving through the space to cause there to be more instances of being jump scared or walking into a scripted trap sequence or something like that. And the batteries just served to facilitate a position that you needed to move toward. That's my take on it anyway.
Yet someone used to live here, laugh here.
Love
Thought
here.
it was a good idea to build a swing even.
I thought about making or getting a neon sign that says "Live, Laugh, Love," and what happened
In
here?
this yard?
The lieutenant looks at the small building. A flock of gray swallows takes off in the distance.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What's a block obscure?
A black bloc. A
Oh.
part of the city left unrenovated after the war.
I see.
Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares, hence their name.
I watched a mini documentary on Kowloon, the walled city. That was a surprisingly interesting bit of insight there. I had no idea there was so much to say about that. The history of it, how did it become that surprisingly small area? It's like 4 football fields wide of just densely packed buildings jammed together like to make an urban labyrinth. And there's quite a history to why that exactly happened. I won't explain it all here now, but it's worth looking into if you had no idea. Very interesting stuff, and not probably what a lot of people imagined it was at face value. Both good and bad in some ways. So this part of the coast is a block obscure.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
At least they left some old music behind. Tap on the tape you picked up.
Yes, and you picked it up because you're a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and magnesium blisters.
And bottles. He gives you a weary look, or
It's
weary
not
smile.
meant as nagging, just an observation.
See, if Esprit de Corps didn't tell me that wasn't meant as nagging, I would have probably read it that way. So it's interesting that they give you subtle insight into his thinking that isn't ever necessarily going to be revealed if you don't have enough stats for it. You just get a different impression.
We should move. I don't think we will solve the murder with forays into the urban hinterland, at least in this phase of the investigation.
Should I go back and deal with the body? I guess I still have time for that. I'm hitting tab. There's nothing in here to touch. I thought I walked through here before. Oh. Birds in the birch tree. Barely audible coos come from above. Okay, I like an audible coo. Silly birds. And they're tweeting. You never know what a bird will do. They might wiggle their tail up and down. They might hop. Might make a loud sound suddenly and then fly away. Highly unpredictable creatures. Very fickle. Oh yeah, I came in here, saw the chair. I think I might have opined that this reminds me of Silent Hill or something, because it does. Off we go. I don't know if I'm up for another story from that guy right now. Oh, you're out in the rain. You need to go have a lay down.
The old woman still sits in her chair, continuing with her chores. As she does so, she quietly hums to herself. The buzz of electric lights blends together with the slow rumble of the ocean waves at night. There's a gap where the name of that song should be. You should ask her about it right now.
You still up?
Yes, I can't really sleep anymore. Only a few hours a
no.
night. It happens when you grow older.
Can confirm. Yeah, I might as well be that old, I guess. She sloshes the water in the bucket around for a bit.
My suggestion is don't. Don't grow any older than you already are.
Oh.
That's old enough. What's troubling your mind?
Is that an option? I don't like the implication of that. What is the song you're humming?
A lullaby my mother used to sing. I sang it to my kids too. It's an old Samaran children's song.
Sounds nice.
Yes, it does.
Oh. Can
A
we...
lullaby my mother...
What's it called?
Surrender to the night.
Oh. Fight the break of dawn, 'cause tomorrow you'll be gone. Oh, that's save the night. Save tonight. Slowly rocking back and forth.
That's kind of grim for a children's song, even if it is a lullaby.
Alright, well, I don't want to tell her it's weird.
Yes.
It's not that weird. There's a lot of grim children's songs around. Did you know that childhood is a thing that was invented? Sounds a bit absurd to say, but, like, it's kind of true. Didn't used to always be, this precious time in people's lives that is treated like a special protected space for children? Oh, I missed this crate over here. Nice. I guess I didn't really search super closely. Can I pick that stuff up? Put my bag back on. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's not that new, actually, now that I think about it. It's kind of an old bag. Old hat. Oh, come on. These are bottles. I can't have them? Gotta be just the right kind of bottles. Like a baby bottle pop. Pull them out, stick them and shake them. And stick them again. Ah, the 90s. What a weird time. You like how my voice cracked while I was trying to remember that terrible commercial? It was like a jar full of sugar with a baby bottle nipple on the top. And I guess it was candy, so you would, like, stick it in the dust, the sugar dust. And then you would lick it. I don't know. I got dozens of these things buried in there. Of all the things I can't remember, those memories of stupid commercials from Nickelodeon in the 90s are, like, firmly locked in forever.
Yaha!
Indeed, yaha. We got Gator Golf. We got Skip It. I mean, I could do all the greatest hits. Oh, he's here! I finally found him. Mr. Bucket, you put your balls in his mouth. Because Mr. Bucket, the balls are what he's about. Mr. Bucket, we're all gonna run. Mr. Bucket, he's buckets of fun. Yeah, the balls really are what he's all about. It's his whole thing. How did I miss this? It's a whole area. What's this? Magnesium and oversized superstar glasses. Neat. This section of the coast hasn't been used in decades. Elephant the elephant, see him blow. Butterflies everywhere, watch them go. Is your own stardom too dazzling for your eyes? Can't bear to look at your own fabulous reflection in the mirror? Then these classic oversized sunglasses are for you. I'm gonna need like a glasses rotating rack in my shack. A shack rack. The boathouse is shoddily constructed. A strong breeze might blow it over. And yet it still hasn't, somehow. It's quite surprising how long some wooden structures can stay up despite their apparent rot. And then I guess in the opposite direction, it's kind of surprising how some structures will collapse at a moment's notice. Ancient paint is peeling off the roof of this shaded bench covered in rust. The sign says, Entree interdite. I don't know how to say that properly. An old ticket taker booth, no longer in operation. People paid money to park here? No one would pay now. That's a very Silent Hill sounding quote. Oh, there's another mural potential here. I thought I looked at
A
this.
scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Look, Kim, even more bullet holes. Something's definitely gone down here. Why this many bullet holes? 28%? I'll take those odds.
Unable to piece
failed
together
those odds.
the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis.
There's a hole in my hypothesis, Eliza. Dear Eliza. Fine, okay.
The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling mouth, smiling its deadly smile.
I can be one big smiling mouth, if you ask politely. Something's definitely gone down.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual. Even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs.
I have a theory about why there's so many bullet holes here. Do you want to know what it is? This was a firing squad. This is an execution site. They lined people up against that wall and shot them. That would be my idea of why that's that way.
Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why would they do that? I understand the darkness and depravity that goes on in war, and I understand that as awful as it is, people do get executed. Why would you execute them with an automatic rifle instead of a single shot? Just pure sadism? Too many bullets? Just not enough sense? Say nothing, just
The
nod.
lieutenant also nods.
Don't
It
nod.
is quite a scene. The two of you standing next to the broken wall of an abandoned building, nodding along.
Oh, because it was... Right, they specifically wanted to do it with extreme prejudice. One shot wouldn't have been enough to quench their thirst for blood. Shake your head.
He nods in agreement. It really is a very serious scene, worth shaking your head over.
Don't stop
The
nodding.
lieutenant matches your nodding pace.
Okay, don't turn this into a
He's
joke.
True professional at this. The nodding's reaching critical mass. You can't take this much longer, Captain.
Stop nodding.
All right. I'm glad we stopped when we did. My neck was starting to hurt. If there's nothing more, we should get going.
How did they turn that into a joke? Walk away. Wow. They're still distributing money pretty evenly over everywhere. Wait, what is that? A Pippo? Oh, it's a hat. Okay, I didn't understand what I was looking at. It's just like a smeary blob of paint. The small wire framing inside this futuristic-looking FALN Pippo hat gives it the aerodynamic shape of a swoop skier's helmet, but none of its protective qualities. Covers the wearer's ears and eyebrows to bring down the drag coefficient. Okay, got it. Door is not only barred shut, it is inaccessible. Maybe to you. I do have a pry bar, though. However, this one's not accessible to pry bars. No prompt whatsoever. Is that all? I think that's all. Yeah. I didn't even realize we could walk around to that side. Thought the busted up floor was the end. So I think this is this corner, and as far as we can go down to the left here. I know I left the guy. I hadn't talked to him yet. I just, well, I don't know if I even should talk to him tonight, because it's already late. But, now that I think about it...
that patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
I think the lady that wants to find him would probably be quite happy if I talked to him. He'll be there tomorrow? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you very much. Another rare roll for the I Hate Rich People gift. Thanks very much, Zoldarko, for the Twitch Prime for 2 months. I really appreciate you coming back for a second month. Thank you for helping me pay my bills and buy groceries. It means a lot that you care enough to do that. So, much appreciated. Cheers. Yeah, we're getting really good rolls. Maybe it's bolstered by a +2 for playing Disco Elysium. What's this about?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
Sometimes I hunch too much as well, and then time passes. A buoy bobs in the water. The number says 11. I hear number 12 looks like you. These heavy military blockades are riddled with bullet holes crumbling. So there was like a shoreline that was more exposed here, and they were firing from it. Because that's kind of odd. Like, why would you be shooting at those? You're obviously not going to do any damage to them. I've said this before, but one of the kind of interesting characteristics about this game having such good writing is you can infer information by their decision-making. They obviously want you to piece together a larger puzzle, and all of the clues seem to be very well thought through about that puzzle. So if there's an inference to be made, it's usually likely that you could do that, and it'll actually result in a little extra color or flavor to the overall story. And I love that. Tiny cages carefully constructed. What are they, crab traps? I can't tell. I'm not super familiar with that triangular design. Usually crab pots are either like kind of ovals, like extruded ovals, or like a big rectangle. But maybe that's for crabs. I think the idea is they crawl in through the tube and then they can't figure out how to get back out. But I thought it would be higher up then.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Oh.
No way out, little guys. Not out of this jam.
Didn't expect him to be Australian for some reason.
There's a cylinder on the ground
in
which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
You guys ever find a cylinder on the ground? You don't want to find a cylinder on the ground.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is this another voice actor from this game? Because I feel like I've heard their same voice somewhere else.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
Gary the crypto-fascist. All I can think about is NFTs when I read that. But that's not the way that's intended to be read.
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it.
You must be Morel, the cryptozoologist?
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Is that like the voice that plays when you go to sleep? It's like one of like your limbic system or your nervous system or something. It's one of those.
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Similar voice, but different VAs. It's just a kind of graveliness that I was feeling like I was connecting with from before. Lena sent me. She's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken. We
Right.
can't go all the way around the AL-81.
Crypto-fascist as in he's a fascist. Oh, okay. I didn't know that's what that meant. Also, it's funny because he's with the cryptozoologist, right? So it's like a bit of a pun in a way, or like a, well, wordplay, I guess, in a sort of contextual way. Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back. I'll just be honest.
You broke the water lock with a motor carriage? There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
I feel like he'd appreciate the ridiculousness of the story, but I don't know. No, see, I jumped over the canal in my motor carriage, tearing through the Samaran Butter sign, which fell into the canal, blocking the gates. I used the pawn shop as a launch trap. I guess you're right. It was really the sign's fault. Anyway, you can go back now. No, it was all me. I caused your delay, and I'm sorry, but you can return now.
Why?
He spreads his arms in disbelief. Because I needed to drive into the ocean. Because I'm insane. Or it was an experiment to gauge the Capri 40's aerial performance. I'm something of a gentleman scientist. I'm gonna say I'm sorry, I don't know.
Did he say we can go back now?
They have a very interesting portrait. It's got that, I can't remember the freaking word for it. Not a halo, but they're like an enlightened aura around their head, but it's also a sun, which is the opposite of Kim's moon. And then it's got very strong colors on the one side. The whole story there. Corona, thank you. Yeah, that's the word.
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
All right.
Sir, your wife is
Yeah, you should
waiting
just
for
go. Like, now.
I just have to do one
No,
more
stop,
round.
Morel.
See if the phasmid has taken the bait.
Don't worry about the
Then we
phasmid.
go in.
Here he fastens a bit of netting that has come loose in the wind.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
I don't think I could do this to Kim. Lena seems pretty eager for you to return.
And I'm eager to return to her, I assure you.
Yeah?
But I can't leave before we finish with these traps.
Alright. Hi, 9Hertz. Welcome.
My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Alright, I guess. It's your life. I just feel like you should go, but...
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's
right,
time
everyone
to go
wants
back.
you to go home.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Here's the thing, Morel. It's not that far. I walked over here. The time didn't even pass because I wasn't talking to anybody. But you don't have to talk to anyone either. You and your friend could walk silently over here. Your crypto-fascist friend. Just walk silently. The time won't even pass. You just teleport.
Come on. She wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here.
Think about your nuts.
We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
You don't want reed crabs, I guess. But no, you don't. Unless you're trying to catch reed crabs in those pots, in which case maybe you do, but I don't think you want those ones. I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena, or come on, you're doing this for yourself, not her. Yeah, let's therapize him.
I'm doing this for science, and so is she.
I didn't know the phasmid was so important to Lena.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record.
Oh.
One of only 4 this century, and it's
Wow.
hers.
So prestigious. Really, she's sighted the phasmid. She didn't tell me that.
Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell.
That's beautiful.
Not mine.
This is the invisible thing?
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious
Do I
phasmid.
have to? Maybe.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together.
How again did she see the invisible thing?
I can't abandon course now.
Was it like Priscilla? Did it walk in the snow and you saw the footsteps coming toward you? You could cut off her tail and get a weapon, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. Or you could just jump off the back, you know, the tower and then fall out of the painting. I bet he'd love to fall out of the painting. Oh, I've got the wrong cryptid. Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking of the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Yeah, they said that a few times. I'm losing track of which one he's checking for now. Anyway, it checks out then. Not invisible. Oh, disguises itself as reeds. Perfect. Then he's in the right place. Maybe you could go back to the whirling warm-up, come back to check the traps later?
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
Well, then you would have the body of a cryptid, which is more proof than you have now. But, you know, that wouldn't really work very well for your narrative then.
He's dead set on this.
What if we check the traps? I really just want you to go home.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
He looks at you with obvious surprise. Cryptozoology and detective work are very similar. I don't think Kim would appreciate that. Chaos is my method. I am its scion. I am all in with this cryptid shit. I'm gonna say chaos is my method.
Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
Where are these traps?
There are 4 in total.
4, got it.
One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses.
In Celindian, even.
It's very near.
Glad it's very near and not very far.
Another we set in Land's End.
That's where the land
northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower.
Okay.
After the church.
So that's it's going to leave the reeds that it disguises itself in and go walk in the sand dune.
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them...
He gestures to the trap in front of him. I have to assume they're going to give me this information in an accessible way inside the journal, so I'm not too concerned about absorbing this right now. South, northeast, near the canal, concrete slab.
You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still...
I mean, this map's not that massive, I'll probably find it.
Than sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, don't be stupid and sorry.
That seems like a lot.
If you're gonna be stupid, be proud.
This extracurricular venture?
The pursuit of knowledge is its own justification.
Is it?
He doesn't look too convinced, but the small shrug indicates why not.
If you think it's important, you have been right before.
Cool. What do I do if there's a phasmid in one of the traps?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
That would be very exciting. I just realized something. What if this game is doing a double switch on me and actually this universe, because it's a universe rather similar, but not identical to reality, maybe there are phasmids here, and that would be the big surprise. We dismissed them all as nutcases, but actually they're onto something for real.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
Wait, what? He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this. What is this? I don't know what that's referencing. He is comfortable that I'll claim the find? I don't know what that means. He's lying about his comfort. What a strange phrasing of that sentence. What if I encounter the phasmid in the wild? He's not comfortable, but he's telling himself he is. Okay, he's pretending he trusts... What is... Again, still strange.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Oh, wow. I get to be pheromoned. He's got a white spray can.
It's made of musk and research
Musk!
chemicals.
We hate that.
The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent
That's
it from
about all that
bolting
it
inside
attracts.
you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Lay it on me thick. Just regular.
Wise choice.
He douses you with the odd-smelling spray, then gives you a satisfied nod.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Okay. He looks at the lieutenant with disdain, then puts the spray back in his pocket. Oh man, does that, like, recontextualize all the things that I thought about Kim if he's being unnecessarily skeptical over a thing that there is actually potentially good evidence for? He hasn't seen good evidence for it, and I guess they haven't either, so... I think everything's proceeding as reality would. We just haven't made a pivot point if that does indeed happen. Yeah, okay, I think we're fine.
Right. Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Get out of here.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to
No, I think we're good. You know, go check the traps.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later, too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
What makes it so difficult to find?
Good question. Being a phasmid...
Thank you, it's a great question, I agree.
A ghost insect. It disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around.
Why again is it a phasmid or a cryptid rather than just some bug? What about it is like supernatural or impossible to fit into our normal model of understanding? It just sounds like a bug.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators or scientists in our present case.
Oh, it's that simple. It's just that we haven't classified it yet, so... Is that what you call all things that haven't been classified? I thought it had to have some sort of impossible aspect that doesn't fit into our understanding of science. Like the invisible one. I guess I'm just conflating them then. Alright, thank you. What sort of specialized techniques is the phasmid using?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception.
That's cool.
Impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
There's a lot of animals that actually genuinely exist. That when we don't fully understand how they do the thing they do, it sounds like magic and impossible. You know, like, electric eels. That's pretty weird, right? You don't run into that sort of thing too often. Or the, you know, the fungus that parasitizes ants, causes them to stand at the highest point on a flower, and then it, like, makes spores come out of their head and turns the other ants into freaking zombie slaves for them. That's all pretty strange. But, like, we have scientific explanations for it. So I don't like jumping to the magic conclusion until we've exhausted all of our options. This is always kind of a question that I'm not sure about the realm of the supernatural, because I feel like with enough explanation and exploratory tools, we can eventually get to the point where anything we could think was supernatural is actually in the realm of the natural. We just didn't have a sufficient explanation for it yet. Anyway, it's a very fascinating thing, and I like it.
But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
There's supernatural, supranatural, natural, and paranatural? So paranormal natural? Is that all of them?
A ghost insect, he said? These people are looking for a ghost.
No, they're looking for an insect. The ghost bit is just hyperbole. So you're ghost hunters?
No, that is precisely what we're not. We are zoological specialists.
He's trying to set me straight.
Looking for an extant species of phasmid.
I feel bad now that I was so unnecessarily harsh when they're just looking for some bug. There's nothing wrong with looking for a bug. I feel like I owe everyone an apology. I was just being a dick. How big is it?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodeozoensis,
cool.
is about the size of a grown man's
Oh my god.
So,
Jesus Christ. Are we in Australia and I didn't realize it? Why are you so interested in this stick bug? It doesn't seem to be as colorful as some of the other cryptids I've heard about. I mean, you could like whatever you like, but sure, I guess I'll listen.
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
I think there's almost something noble about looking for a bug. It's just like a desperation to want to better understand the world, and that's something I think is cool. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
It sounds like you need to go home, though, and, like, have some time to yourself. What have you discovered so far?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
So no one's ever found one?
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
That you didn't answer the question. How do you know it's real? Not that you do. That's an assertion. This always frustrates me to no end when people just can't even confront the question. Cryptozoologist says brusquely enough that even he seems taken aback by it.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advancement.
The idea of a stick bug as big as my forearm is terrifying. I don't know why, because stick bugs aren't really that scary. They don't really do anything scary. They're not really dangerous as far as I know. But it's just really big.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
I don't get scared about coconut crabs. And I would think that has more potential to injure you than a stick bug. Is just going to stand there and wiggle back and forth. That's oddly unsettling, though. The crab, I feel like I can get its whole worldview just from looking at it. The stick bug, I don't know what the hell it's thinking. Lena said there has to be a sighting, or there has been a sighting here in Martinez.
Yes, the most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically.
I found a praying mantis once. I thought that was very cool. Kind of like held it. I put it on my hand for a while, and then it would like wiggle a little bit, and then I put it on a bush. And that was kind of the whole interaction, but it was nice.
It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Okay. Maybe the Insulindian phasmid has died out?
I have to resist the thought. Such an
It is possible.
extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Is that self-replication? I can't remember what parthenogenesis means, but I've heard it before. Have you ever seen an orchid mantis? Is that the pink one that has like frills and like edges to it? I think so. Oh. Failure. Parthenogenesis.
Yes. The females
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
need
that
males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
That's pretty clever, or females reproducing without males. A travesty, a crime against passion and common sense. Yeah, well, you're gonna really hate to find out that females don't need the males that much, to be honest. This arouses no special feelings in me. Okay. That's pretty clever. I mean, they didn't think about it so much as it happened, but sure.
Yes. The Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch.
Ah, it's too clever for us.
As a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Cool. That's probably the way to be, really. Funny thing, stickbug in Polish translates to thing that scares you. Because they're so surprising. Alright, fair enough. Sounds like Poland's got a good handle on the stickbug classification. I think I would probably feel the same. From the Greek, Parthenos and Genesis, meaning virgin and creation. Ah. So that's how they explain Jesus. Parthenogenesis. Tell me more about the traps.
Well, they may not look impressive.
No, they are.
But Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
Clever trap for a clever bug. Lena designed the traps.
Yes.
He says with some pride. How do they work? Do they go in and then they can't get out?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out.
It's a classic trap, really.
At least, that's the intention.
Oh.
The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
They got those carnivorous tube plants. It's basically just like a slippery funnel, and the fly goes in there and they're like, oh, nectar, what's this all about? And they slide down into the stomach juice and then become digested. It's a fun thing to know about. What are you using as bait?
Locusts.
Ah.
Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores.
You got it, pitcher plants.
But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
I've gone to a botanical garden, and I didn't realize that pitcher plants, when they grow in sort of like a colony. I thought they were sort of one-off somehow, but they seem to just have this like pile of them in one spot. Or maybe that's just how they were presented in the botanical gardens. I imagine if there's just like, say you were in a rainforest where the humidity is crazy high, there's probably tremendous numbers of bugs. They're probably eating good. I mean, I've seen how bugs react just to a single light on. There's not even any nectar there.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny
chittering swarm. My favorite kind of swarm.
A meat-eating stick insect. Does it pretend to be the reeds as part of its ambush behavior? This seems unlikely.
Right, I can see now how this story is getting to be a little wild, because it's a carnivorous giant stick insect that hides in reeds. If this was all true, and they've got all those aspects correct, if that, like, latched onto me while I was walking through the reeds, I'd lose my mind. That would be genuinely terrifying. I don't know what I would do after that. I guess I would try to, like, brush it off of me, but it's probably so big that it would require a lot of force. A carnivorous stick insect seems unlikely.
Thank you for your opinion. We have also included plant material in the traps to satiate your skepticism.
Okay.
Not a big fan of skepticism, this one.
No. See, that's the thing I don't understand, because if you're a scientist, as you claim to be, and you haven't said anything really all that outrageous to me so far, you would be a fan of skepticism. But maybe you're just sick of people going, that thing isn't real, even though you really truly believe it, so it's like a cognitive dissonance problem that's turned it into a frustration. I guess that kind of makes some sense. It's not that you don't believe in skepticism in life, it's just in this particular case you've had enough of it, because you are dedicated to this cause. What will you do if these traps don't work?
They'll work, I assure you.
No, that's not a good
the
answer.
Predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which use plants. We have given this some thought.
I have another question for you, which I can't ask you, which is, what if it's too big to go in that trap? Because you said it was the size of my forearm. It sounds like it wouldn't really fit in there very well. Or I guess you know specifically what you're trying to do. They all seem like the same size tubes. But I guess I shouldn't trust the imagery in the game to be true to what's actually happening. Let me ask you about something else.
What?
How did you become one of these cryptozoologists?
I've just always liked animals and puzzles.
Oh.
Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Yeah, I do like a puzzle animal.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up, if you prod a little.
Wonder what the most puzzling animal is. Probably the sloth. They're both cute, but mysterious. But slow, but also they can move faster than you expect if they have to. Platypus. Oh yeah, they're an enigma wrapped in a riddle. They got a weird woody face. Kind of all over the place. It's known as a bill. Yeah, there you go. And they have a headache that never ends that gives them psychic powers. So you're living your childhood dream out here. Why not just be a zoologist? Real animals are puzzling too. Have you ever discovered a cryptid? I want to know that.
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying.
Yeah.
To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name, cryptid.
You know how Gila monsters, giant lizards with bacterial mouths, they have the ability to essentially, like, poison something by biting it. And I used to think, because I understood how evolution works incorrectly when I was younger, I thought it was like a ladder, right? There's a common thing that people believe, like, you level up through evolution, and you get closer to, like, this perfect form. I've gone on to understand it better. Yeah, that's chaos. I used to think that was, like, their destination was to eventually end up at something past that. So I was like, isn't that funny that they have this special power where they know they can rely on the bacteria in their mouths to cause things to be poisoned? And so, like, what other destinations might end up for other creatures? And then, of course, you start extrapolating, well, what about humans? Where is our... But no, it doesn't work anything like that. Evolution is about what is the best suited for its environment. And all of it is just based on random mutation and what sticks by what survives, because what survives is able to procreate. It's just that simple. It doesn't have a destination. It doesn't have an idea in mind. There is no better or worse. There's just what is better or worse suited. And so I just got that wrong for years and years. but it never really was something that was challenged, so I just kind of kept going with it for ages. So I wonder now, like, how many other people were like me that are just, like, sort of in the right ballpark, but then sort of missing the most important bit about evolution, which is that it's just about being suitable to your environment, and that it's not like there's a best version that will win in every scenario. You know, if you took a snake that's perfectly suited to a desert environment and you put them in the Arctic, doesn't matter how cool that snake is or what abilities it has, it won't survive in the cold. It just won't. But yeah, that's the thing I learned about that. Anyway, so he said, so very few cryptids are ever discovered. Am I just wasting time here? I totally am. And not for lack of trying to stay hidden as cryptids' primary quality. It's even in the name cryptid, so how many cryptids have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes.
And you can thank, well, quite a lot of different skeptics for giving me this information. But if you want to learn a lot about evolution in particular, listen to Forrest Valkai. That dude's amazing. He's so pleasant to listen to as well, and really, really knowledgeable. Forrest Valkai is his name. You can search him up.
2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Only 2 have proved to be real.
Yes, the Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable.
Hey,
it's in a zoo somewhere.
I will not have you slandering a salamander. They are very remarkable. They're cute little guys.
We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
This guy seems pretty reasonable to me. I don't know. 2 out of 4,000 is not even 1%. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, though. That's the thing. Like, I'm skeptical about lots of stuff, but I'm not unreasonable. And if there is evidence for something, then I'm open to hearing about it. The problem with all of these claims is there's never any evidence. Some have been found. Anyway, that might not apply to all cases, but at least there is some precedent. Then the Insulindian phasmid will be the 3rd.
Indeed.
He does not smile.
If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
He does not smile, just looks you in the eye. It's a forceful gaze.
He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yeah, so tell me about why you don't want to be just a regular, zoologist.
Real? I know you think one is a respectable profession.
Yeah, he did say real,
didn't
he?
Superstition. Everyone does.
Yeah, that was kind of judgmental, the way that was phrased. Sorry about that. Yeah, alright, sure.
Indeed.
It's a profession, I guess.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Alright. So you're living your childhood dream out here.
It's not child's play.
No, I didn't mean it that way.
I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
No, I'm sure you're doing a lot of very hard work. Being out in the middle of the night in the snow in a swamp is not, like, pleasant. What kind of evidence do you, use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one
Yeah,
that
those
brought
are
us here,
not
to look
great.
for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
Yeah, there are, like, standards of evidence, and I don't know if this is always the best way of looking at things. Usually it is, but the bigger the claim, the more evidence required. And anecdotal evidence from regional lore and newspaper accounts is, like, very low quality evidence, if you could even consider it that at all.
He's interested in things that
people just say
believe
things,
that
you know?
Scientists don't.
They're also highly unreliable when it comes to witness testimony. The human mind is desperate to come up for explanations for things it doesn't understand, and is highly susceptible to manipulation, whether that's intentional and internal or from an external source, and sometimes they don't even realize that it's happening, and they'll pass on information. It sort of becomes mimetic after that. So, yeah, not saying it's always malice when bad evidence comes out, it's just you can't always trust this stuff at face value, so you gotta, like, dig deeper. You think other scientists don't listen to ordinary people enough?
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research, and certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
I think this guy strikes me as not he's not like a con man. He's not in that kind of category. He's like a little bit of a scientist, but also a little deluded probably, and maybe in his own form sort of self-deceit, because he seems to have an obsession, right? And I think he's kind of gotten carried away now. But he's not necessarily a bad guy. As far as I can tell, he's just really, really into this. And it's allowing him to take in bad sources, maybe. But he's not doing it maliciously. Which I definitely don't have the same level of frustration or anger toward as somebody who knowingly deceives people. In fact, in some of the cases, they're also victims by other people who do that other thing. They're just really dedicated to something they believe in. Which, if you get really mad at somebody for being dedicated to something they believe in, like, that's not really always right. Alright, thanks for explaining that. Now, about something else.
Yes?
Let's talk about specific cryptids.
Alright.
What else?
What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
Yeah, I'm not getting the impression this guy's in it for the money, unless he's really waiting for this big breakthrough to become famous, which might be the case. Judgment awaiting on that one.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it, since you've offered to help.
Also, there's nothing necessarily wrong with wanting to earn prestige in your field by making a big discovery. It's just if you do it by nefarious means, then it's problematic. You know, if you steal someone else's data and you don't credit them for it, and then you, like, write a paper claiming the thing they claimed, it's, like, not good.
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Gary Oak? Oh, kind green ape! We love kind green ape! This is my favorite cryptid. I know all about the kind green ape. Look, I even have a kind green ape pen. Take out the pen.
I see you've been talking about cryptids with Lena. The kind green ape is one of her favorites.
Come on, who doesn't love kind green ape?
A warm wave passes him. Of course, the kind green ape.
Of course!
Is her favorite, he thinks.
What better way to endear yourself?
We travelled to South Safra to look for it once. Gary and I got stuck in a rainstorm, though, and had to spend most of our time there in a little village. The search was fabulously unsuccessful, but the people were very nice. I'm glad they didn't understand what Gary was saying about them.
Did they ever figure out what was up with that? I think it's a Mexican town where it rains fish. Like, once every X years, it rains fish. Did they ever figure that out? I want to know more about that. Or if that even was real at all, or if it was all just a big scam.
What? South Safra? They're just on a different rung of the ladder, Morel. I had no problem with them.
Oh, it was a water spout, you think? Or usually that's why it is. Okay. Different. Oh, is he going after the ladder thing I was just talking about? South Software, they're just on a different rung of the ladder.
Really? You kept complaining about how dirty everything is, but we digress.
Okay, so wait, so you're not thrilled with this guy being a crypto-fascist, and yet you're in the hunt together. Well, I don't know what your story is.
They're a nascent culture. I just didn't feel comfortable. And let's change the topic, okay?
Ah, the
Talk
crypto
about
part.
your critters, or whatever.
Oh, you don't even care about this? What is up with Gary?
Yes, back to cryptozoology. You don't want to sow disagreement between friends.
I guess not. I don't like fascists, though. What cryptid did you almost catch? Tell me about a cool one. Yeah, okay, what did you almost catch?
A willow person. It's
What?
a long story. One non-specialist would find rather
Sounds like something from
dull.
Home Safety Hotline. A willow person.
Willow people? Not at all.
Alright, tell me about the willow people
They're
then.
not people, really.
Oh.
Some argue they aren't really animals.
What are they?
They seem to have evolved
Evolved
directly
trees.
from trees.
He says in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
They're very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In
That's
that way, they're not too
creepy.
dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Right, alright. So we've maybe seen some willow people, according to you? People as far as 160 kilometers or 100 miles inland have experienced raining fish. Yeah, that sounds exactly like the thing I was talking about. And I think 100 miles was even... It was like 80 or 100, yeah. Even what was quoted in that. That the closest water source was there. And it was framed as, like, how implausible is it that the nearest water source is 100 miles away, so that, like, is meant to discredit that it could be possible. But I don't know. Well, thank you for looking that up. So I may have seen these willow people without knowing it.
You probably have.
And how did you almost catch one?
Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was
That's
a
fun.
bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself.
You're going around painting the forest.
After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove.
Can you have a lavender shadow? I don't know, maybe.
I
And then?
chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field.
No.
And, well, it was faster than me.
Wow, that's a fast tree.
A lavender shadow.
We're talking about a tree, right? Fast tree?
I know you think we were snacking on funny
No, I mean, I don't know what you're up to.
It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined.
No, the world is unbelievably interesting. That's not up for question. The world is so interesting that I will never, ever, in 100,000 years, be able to fully understand most of it. That is not a problem.
Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting.
Okay.
I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel
Yeah.
or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
And I am my own grandpa.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
And Lena's sighting of the phasmid, is that...
Confirmed. It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic
Right, but-
cryptid sighting.
You're sort of laundering credibility by saying that, because I don't know what it takes to meet those standards, and you're just sort of referencing it casually without the detail. Alright, tell me about a cool one.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go back to field research. You should ask her if you want interesting stories.
Alright, well I did, and we got to hear about Kind Green Ape.
Me? I'm not a people person.
Fair enough.
Unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer.
Well, that's okay, you don't need to be.
My strength lies in field work and persistence.
Alright, go home now, I'd say. He brushes an errant strand of hair from his eye. Enough tales then, let's change the subject.
By all means.
I'll get going. So many things happening behind the scenes. These soggy logs smell of ignition fluid. Still they won't light up. Did it just get very loud? Like we're approaching some sort of melodic crescendo here. I know I have items to look at. I just want to get away from the loud coast. I also just noticed there are some boxes up here I could look at. Did I miss touching these? Oh, let's try equip our pry bar. Yeah, it got really loud. I was like speaking extra loud to talk over it. Ah, some money. And Nosafed. Cool. Alright, so what did we gain? Another skill point or something? We have 3. I guess I had 2 before, I forgot. Inspect the traps. Check the traps for Morel the cryptozoologist so he and his friend Gary can get some rest. There are 4 traps in total. After checking them all, return to Morel with the news. And there's the details of where. I'm gonna save, because I haven't saved in a minute. Try to do 2 or 3 per session. Or at least 3, really. I'm gonna go to my shack and have a lay down, I'd say, because it's... Well, it's 11 o'clock now. Where's my shack again? I'm lost. Not here. This is a dead end. Wonder why he's named after a mushroom? Well, the morel is the, one of the most commonly hunted mushrooms, right? And it's edible. So it's like a happy sight to find a morel mushroom. All the mushroom hunters are very, very eager to pick those out wherever possible. So I guess there's a little bit of subtext in that. You ever see that mushroom that, it turns into this sort of, like, lattice, and it looks like it bleeds this sticky, red fluid? There's so many interesting mushrooms. I'm not, like, a knowledgeable person on the topic, but I've looked up quite a lot of really interesting ones.
It's late in the night. Time to call it a day.
Alright, I guess we'll say good night to Kim for now.
Good night, officer. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
Perfect. Where are you going? You're going back to Whirling in Rags? I think so. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll see you later. See you tomorrow. We've already checked all this shack out, so really nothing else to do but go to bed. Or maybe I could put my crowbar away. And my flashlight. And I'll go to sleep in my yellow, trash-covered
a bit run down. Still, you've earned
yeah, that's
the
one. Broken tooth. That sounds familiar. Go to sleep. Yeah, I thought we'd get a wrap-up for the day.
The system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Well, we've had a busy day, and I stayed up extra late for how early I got up.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark.
Man.
You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
I can't stop visualizing what his vocal cords are doing physically to make that sound. It's wild.
Recorded in you. Forever. On ferrotape.
Spinning in eternity, spinning on empty, spinning, spinning, tell me, am I dreaming? I'll go with that one.
No. You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great, unceasing disco of the mind. The flash. The bang. The endless learning experience.
I've still probably lacked a little bit of information on what exactly about disco is the point of inflection here that we keep referencing. I don't know much about disco. I was born a bit too late for that. I am aware of references to it. I am aware of some of the general culture around it, but I'm not, like, intimately acquainted with the nuance of disco, so I don't know exactly what we're pointing at here. Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes, for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising.
Oh.
Rising. Above the dark
I think that one line right
curvature,
there just made it all clear.
The great wingspan of sleep.
Holy shit.
Studded with stars.
So, for Harry, I think the whole point of disco is that he misses his wife. It says, at the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising above the dark curvature. So he found peace and solace and solidarity in the whole experience of that. And I think he's attributed everything he cares about in himself and her to that time period, and has, like, become inextricable from that belief. Which I do understand how it's easy to attach yourself to a particular time, place, or person.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last time, the smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning,
the voiceover
changing.
The voiceover said the plotted flowers, and the text says the potted flowers, but I guess either way works. Yeah, it's funny I chose that moment to think about what they were talking about regarding disco, and then they literally answered it, like, right after I said it. What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy.
Am I a wizard?
And you're made of it.
I made that joke already, sorry.
Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now.
Sure I can, everybody does.
You can never forget this shit.
Oh. I just think I got something just now. This whole game is about remembering the recent life you just lived, piecing together your identity from context and interaction and introspection. But at the same time, as we have almost no basis for our personality in the current moment, we're juxtaposing that against the most inflexible point in our personality, a moment we can never forget. It's the duality of remembering and forgetting as a sort of a yin and a yang that I guess is sort of the basis of the poetry of the storytelling here. The colors, the voices, the rain, the snow, I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling
in rags.
spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister. A ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
I just was thinking about how, when I hadn't played this yet, I was so worried that I was going to thoroughly not enjoy it, and I didn't really have a good reason for thinking that. And now, having played, whatever, 25 hours or something of it, I kind of don't want to live in a possible world where I couldn't enjoy this, because it means so many things that I hold quite personal to myself aren't as deep as I thought they were. So it's just a very strange turnabout of how differently I'm seeing this in such a short amount of time. I don't really have that level of a twist happen to myself when I play a game.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
I think the way that I could have not enjoyed this is if I truly have run out of patience. And I lose my inquisitive nature, and that is a sad place to be. Because I sometimes do feel like I'm running out of patience about certain things. But I definitely don't want to lose my inquisitive nature. Oh, boy. What if I want to be the agent of nothing?
It's too late. You're not made of nothing anymore. Yeah. You're something now, Harry. I tried to drown you in the black water, but you re-emerged, kicking and screaming, running. And for what?
There is such a parallel to Slay the Princess in this. I don't even know how to begin to explain it, but there's some, like, very low-level writing quality about it, where it's, like, the world building and the overall messaging is kind of in the same ballpark. I'd consider them both, like, really, really well-written games.
For the working class. For the money, baby.
For the money, baby.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector.
World detector?
It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
You think Slay the Princess tries too hard, in my taste. Too much in your face about it. I think Slay the Princess doesn't try to meet you where you are as much as this game does, yeah. You kind of have to deal with the fact that, like, there is going to be some really high concept shit hitting you for a while. And you have to care enough to want to get to that stage that it makes sense. So yeah, if you don't feel engaged by that at first, I could see why it would put you off. I happily was okay with just going with it for a while, and then eventually, well, quite a few hours in, I was like, okay, I think I get it. May still not get it fully, but I think I get a lot of it. It made me want to freaking start writing stuff myself. That it was inspiring, honestly, the way that they pulled that all together from such disparate beginnings. Building communism for all. This time we won't fail. Pursue thought. I'm just looking out for my economic self-interest. Pursue thought. Forget politics. I'll never sleep if I keep on. Maybe that's why I can't sleep anymore. I can never turn my brain off. I don't have a dialogue option number 3 when I'm asleep. I just have, like, my phone is playing YouTube sounds to my right. I guess I want number 1, but, like, kind of also number 3 a little.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, Harry.
Oh, you charmer, limbic system.
He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
Yeah, it's a lot of moving targets, isn't it?
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
'Cause only love can break your heart.
Am I supposed to know that song like it's a reference? Maybe. Feel the pillow under your cheek.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is
Stop
ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Oh shit, that's not gonna be pleasant. Barely slept 3?
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go.
Hey, we haven't heard much about the status of our hangover anymore, but I guess when I occasionally have missed early level dialogue, it seems to come up again.
Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
Can we do it 2 conversations at a time? Be an extra 100% more efficient? That would be fancy. Harry, oh no, why are you sitting?
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
Is this like a I'm out of bed but I'm not awake yet status? Like you're in the middle? Oh. That pose. That posture. It's like I could relate to that. You know you can't be in bed, but you can't quite face the world yet either. What's going on?
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Organized. Have you seen my shit recently? I've really gotten it together. I actually have gotten it together a little bit. I'm not gonna say I'm on the up and up at this point, but I think it's a big improvement over where we started. I thought the shack was nice and cozy as is. Judging from the state of my ledger, I don't think that's possible. I'm ready. Let's get to it. I think I have gotten it together.
It's good that your personal business is in order, but we're talking about political matters of world historical import here.
What was that one line? Volumetric shit compressor. Yeah, the amount of shit we've gotten together. Right.
You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism.
But, like, it's not up to any one person to change an entire political movement. It starts sometimes around one person, but it doesn't necessarily end that way. I don't know why rhetoric is being so dismissive here.
But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
I actually haven't been keeping track of what to internalize. I actually can't internalize most of these. Is it because I don't have any slots? Oh, that's why, isn't it? I probably should buy a slot. I felt a little bad spending them on these when I guess I get a more direct answer when it's like I can do a white check again. But I'll buy one. I don't know what I want here, but we'll get to that in a minute. Just buy a point for some reason. Decades of persecution by the coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground.
They live underground. These communists aren't men.
Not literally.
They're mole people.
I don't know if I want to go searching for mole people. Will they help me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder? How am I supposed to find them if they're hiding? Yeah, just skip the weird ones.
Let your nose guide you, detective.
You must mean my nose, K-N-O-W-S, as in my huge and highly functioning brain?
No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists.
Swollen muck detector sounds like a thought I need to internalize.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
Right, of course there's not, but thank you, smell check. So all these movements are just various snapshots of culture during its ceaseless effort. When I read the word ceaseless, I can only see discharge as the next word in that sentence. I'm sorry, Dark Souls has broken my brain. To figure out how to deal with anything and everything they've faced at the time, right? I don't know how to answer that. I guess, yeah, I think we're just going through like a greatest hits in this particular slice of life scenario. What governing principles would work in this way or that way or the other way if we applied it to this lens or that lens. I think that's what we're doing, yeah. What does communism smell like?
Failure.
Oh. There's so much failure in my life already, I don't know if I can take anymore. Okay, what does failure smell like?
It's a smell you know all too well.
Smells like my clipboard.
Simultaneously repulsive and yet darkly appealing. Musty with a sharp tang, but also a remnant of lost sweetness. Like a rotting mango that's been swaddled in a coat from your grandfather's attic.
A rotting mango swaddled in a coat from my grandfather's attic. Wow, that's a wild line of thoughts.
What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course.
No, it's the
Nothing
pheromones.
A shower and change of clothes.
I'm gonna wash the pheromones off.
People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution,
waning.
A number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Uh-huh. Isn't Unceasing top from Inception? Isn't that the final shot of the film? Will it fall over or will it spin forever? Are we in the dream or are we awake? Alright, I'm ready. Let's get organized.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists.
So I just committed to, like, the communist path, I guess.
When you get near to someone
from that.
with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
I don't really know if I want to be committed to the communist path. Maybe I don't have to be still.
Again, no, it won't.
Oh.
Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic.
Hey, Owl. No worries. It'll be there for you. I'll get it into the playlist a bit after the stream ends. Just takes, like, usually a half an hour or an hour to process.
Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Cape Side apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
Okay.
You should begin by interrogating those lawless
Man, getting up is a lot of work.
At the dock workers.
I knew that already.
They're an obvious place to start.
Hang on, what will I do once I establish contact with my fellow communists? Roll up your sleeves. Alright, let's get to it, accept task. Oh, I can still say no. Alright. Hang on, what will I do?
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
Isn't that kind of counterproductive? Yeah, but, you know, it's how everything seems to go.
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
Here's the thing about complaining. It's how you voice your displeasure about something. And you need to voice your displeasure about something to want to change it. It's part of a multi-step process. So, although at face value, complaining with no action is frustrating and sometimes stifling, it's not always the worst thing in the world, so long as it doesn't grow to define you as a person. A little complaining can go a long way if it's the right kind of complaining in the right venue. You know? I don't really want to refuse or accept this, but I seem to have to pick one or the other, so I guess I'll accept it because I can always not do it while it's an option, I guess.
Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters o'erhead.
Yeah, I mean, I like that thought. That would be good. I don't know if this sounds sort of centrist of me to say, and I sort of see centrism as a bad word. I'm not always, like, entirely convinced that communism is the right path. I'm a little more convinced socialism on some level is the right path. Regulated capitalism could have been close to the right path, but it seems like it's pretty far gone at this point. And the regulation part just isn't really happening. But I don't know. I'm willing to hear everybody's arguments, of course. A shaved Harry is a sad Harry. Yeah, I couldn't bring myself to shave. This is so strange how Kim goes in this, like... It makes me think of, like, a horse stall. Like he's in the stable. Socialism is just capitalism with a proper safety net and regulation. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that I agree, but I'm not sure if that's 100% right, or maybe it's close enough to right that it's not worth splitting hairs over. Have you seen the new point-and-click game Prim? No. I don't think so. Let me check. Hello, by the way. I hope you're well. Prim. Oh, it's gonna start playing a live stream. Please don't. This is by Common Colors and Application Systems Heidelberg. Oh yeah, this looks cool. Cute but creepy point and click with dark humor. Nice. Thank you for the suggestion. I might look into that. Good morning. I find it so strange that we don't have a conversation when we meet up. Hold still a second, try to smell Kim. Oh, because of the... I'm kind of curious what he'll say in both sides of that, in both my own head or Kim.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above his shoulder blade.
Sniff the area is a sentence that almost never resolves in a pleasant way.
The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters of his personal upkeep. And yet, in the folds of his jacket, you can just perceive the stale and acrid traces of oil rags, transmission fluid, and brake pads.
He's just whirling in rags.
Wait. There's something else there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter.
Yo Gabba Gabba.
The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle.
Okay.
But what sort of ideological picture do these smells paint? Tough to say.
Yeah, I don't think that our nose, again, was literally meant to paint this picture, but Harry's taking it very seriously, as he does.
Need something, detective?
Just as I suspected, you're no lieutenant, you're a mechanic. I feel like you'll take offense to that, maybe? I don't know. He's usually pretty chill, so maybe not. I was just wondering what brand of aftershave you use.
It's nothing fancy, just plain old Taiga Super Special.
Oh, tank top Taiga.
Are you thinking of, you know?
Lose these bad boys? No way. Do you think I should?
The lieutenant considers your mutton chops for a long moment.
I think I'd look stranger without them now.
Face.
Sorry, I'm really no expert on this sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Yeah, no, that's it. Surprisingly long dream sequence / waking up sequence. But these things happen. Oh, you're still here. How's it going over on this side of things?
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards.
Little bastards.
Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
I like her voice too.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and the waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen?
She tilts her
head. We need to be
head.
out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me.
I feel the same way about the internet. Every morning I wake up and I look at my upload and download and I'm like, bastards. Peaks and valleys. What will you bring me today? I should be out there amongst you, uploading and downloading data and content.
But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can.
Thank you.
So, what will it be, officer?
That's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
An official investigation has been launched by me to determine just that.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
You are suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage? No, that's senseless sentimentality. Inanimate objects don't have souls, or I'm actually in the middle of a murder investigation right now. Yeah, go with the carcass of my former motor carriage.
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
No. Not really. I don't want a funeral. I hate death.
Holding a funeral doesn't mean you love death. Don't be childish. You're a police officer.
I am a child in an adult's body.
Our things are part of our life world. They're made with human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Weird? To some extent, yeah, but I don't know about holding a funeral for a car. I'll tell you, I did feel really weirdly sentimental about when I had a couple of used cars, years back, and I was at the point where the last one that I had was basically done for. Like, it barely ran anymore, and it was just sort of sitting there in the driveway. And I had a newer one that I was still driving actively, and I would sit and when I was getting ready to go out in the morning, I would look out in the driveway and see the old one just sitting there, not doing anything, kind of just getting more rusty, and, rain and snow and stuff would just pile up on it. And it did make me feel a little bit bad that I was just sort of leaving it there to just collect, the world's detritus in a way. Like, it was almost cruel, but, like, that's just our stupid human brains just extrapolating and personifying objects. It's just a car. It doesn't feel pain. It doesn't get attached to you. It's not a pet. But yeah, we do seem to do that a lot. We just kind of project those thoughts and feelings because we're overly empathetic sometimes, I guess. But I don't know we need to give our cars funerals or anything like that. I think that seems a bit much.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gottwaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Gottwaldian. Alright, I'm in, but organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it?
We have to bury it?
Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
Okay, I feel like we've come full circle now.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities like rejuvenate the doomed commercial area, or... We are doing quite a lot of those, to be fair. Let's focus on things we can actually do, alright?
Absolutely. Things like what, for example?
That's okay. We'll talk to you later. I don't really have another avenue for that conversation to go down right now. Will I investigate the body now? I guess probably a good a time as any. Do we have anything time sensitive here? We gotta call back to Alice. Oh, that's where I got the name Alice from, is the person on the radio. Right, so we'll do that later. Do the kids have anything new to say?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone. What?
You just walk up to them and tell them children are stupid. Don't really want to do that very much. We've got traps to check as well, wherever those are. I think they said there's one to the northeast. Have I been in the door next to the kids? I think I have clicked on all of the doors, yeah. I've opened the church too. Oh yeah, I just haven't gone in it. Alright, sure. Why not? We're right next to it. Why not? We'll see what the haunted church is up to. Wait, before we do that. Well, we want to go equip our flashlight, because I imagine it will not be bright inside.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood. The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Good sound effects there.
Let's go.
A lot of clicks and pops.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area, its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum.
You got an airtight church? Made out of crisscrossed boards?
In the heart of the city.
Whoa. Didn't know what I was looking at for a second there. Hello. We found the butt pillar. A strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk here, not run. This grotesque wooden figure looks half-finished. Feels like it's trying to become one with the church. Rather than the other way around, I guess. The figure was added later. It's not part of the original church. Okay. New soundtrack bit. More of the forked lightning pattern you saw outside. Was that a chalkboard? Yeah. Blackboard filled with complex equations. They look recent. Is this the radio outpost where they're sending information to the board game bunker? I feel like they're equally on the same level of, like, oddly mysterious. The bowl is filled with water. A live wire runs directly into it. Okay, so she wasn't lying when she said that was happening. Very strange behavior, but there's probably a reasonable explanation for it. I just don't have a clue yet what it might be. They're doing some kind of circuit experiment. Map. What do you want me to see at map? Oh. Yeah, this slider is very broken. Alright, because I'm supposed to grab it and pull it. I keep forgetting that. Cargo container door. Rhetoric impossible. It refreshed, I guess, when I upgraded that one point. It's because it's like it's supposed to be acting like a touchscreen, but I'm trying to scroll on it instead, which it should be able to adapt, but it's just getting the wrong one.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore.
Oh, yeah, what do we need other than bowls of water with wires in them, right?
Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent.
Wait, I think I still hear something.
And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums.
We seem to be encircled entirely by these bowls with wires? Is this some sort of auditory thing? I don't even know.
You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Yell as loud as you can.
Your voice is barely audible. Not a howl.
The hell?
But the softest of whimpers.
I'm trying to understand if there's any basis for this. Not that I can think of. Stomp.
You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow.
Kim, are we dying? Dead?
The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything?
Almost nothing, and it's beginning to worry me. Not really, but it's extraordinary. I've never experienced anything like this. Can't hear shit. gonna go with almost
The
nothing.
church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
That's not really how that works.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
Maybe they wanted to discourage singing and dancing. What if it's something paranatural? It's probably nothing, just our imagination. Whatever it is definitely real. Something odd is happening around us.
The lieutenant doesn't reply, but you can sense him tense up next to you.
Look up into the bell tower.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
The way that you achieve, like, acoustic... I don't know, to null all acoustic vibrations is you cover everything in padding. You essentially dampen the sound so it has nowhere to bounce. And I don't see any way that that would be possible given the surfaces around. But maybe there's still something I'm not keyed into, or maybe this is another branch of, like, it's like reality, but this one thing's different. Oh, phase cancellation. Oh, is that what's going on? Is there a bit of water in each of the bowls, and there's an electric current that's matching the same waves that we're outputting verbally? But then that wouldn't really have a bearing on stomping, though. I don't know. All right, 72% chance of try to see beyond the shadows. I had a feeling we would fail that, actually. Too good to be true. We'll never know what's beyond the shadows. Wow, this is a really nice
Just
shot.
darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
Try to make out something, anything.
There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
I can see a couple of things, but I have a better viewpoint than you do.
Officer, what are you looking at?
He follows your gaze, attempting to see whatever it is you're seeing. Blink. Oh, no.
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you.
It's a willow
with
person.
Dark eyes.
A bald one. You see something hanging from the rafters looking straight at you. Yeah, you just saw
Maybe
that.
it's possible to talk to it.
Tiago? What is happening? This is so strange. Even for this game.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the
It's more
building
like a
came
crab.
alive and is now studying you intently.
Say nothing. Be quiet.
The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Are these the people that were trapped in the church? They've gone feral and they've turned into crab people.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. Everything's gonna be all right. You come to the right place.
Okay.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. You're right. The right place for
Here
what?
you can receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of the despair at the bottom of that bottle.
What did you say, mother's love?
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
I don't know. Should you really judge someone for their verticality? That seems a bit much.
Hey, and what was that about, the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Yeah, I guess I have a bit of a problem and it's been getting out of hand recently, or lately, but Or I'm a policeman, I need to talk to you about police things. I don't know anything about alcohol use. Now, I'll say I have a bit of a problem. I think he'll appreciate my honesty.
Está crudo, way. I see deep inside you. Your body and your spirit are suffering greatly from overindulgence.
Uh-huh.
And you don't even know
it. Great, more patronizing, so original, or, oh, I'm very in touch with my suffering, or, how do you know what I'm feeling? Or, I'm actually here on behalf of some young people looking to establish a nightclub. I'm very in touch with my suffering.
Not all of it.
Oh.
I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc El Vino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
Parar? Necessary... Oh, you have to stop. Okay. It's time to stop.
You know, actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Okay. For some reason, I feel like you have a point there. Adjust your tie. Who do you think you are? I am. Imagine if you said that. Some crazy guy under the roof. What is this shit? No, I think a central tenet of this game is... Can you have a tenant in a game? I don't know. Central point that they're trying to restate over and over is, like, try to see past some ridiculous premise that's going on in front of you to try to feel out the actual true intentions of the people involved, rather than, you know, let your first reaction guide your following reactions. You know, alcohol is central to my identity. If I wouldn't drink, I just wouldn't be me. This is stupid, I don't even know what this is. That's all well and good, but we need to talk about this unlicensed occupation of ecclesiastic property. I'm gonna go with the first one. I feel like you have a point there.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother. I'm only the messenger, Holmes.
His voice echoes in the cold air of the church. What happened to not being able to hear anything? Was that only because we were standing in the circle of plates?
This is the Church of the Mother of Silence.
Oh.
You are welcome here.
I appreciate that. Did you know you were locked in here?
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game?
Nothing he's saying is so far removed from the absolute obtuseness of a lot of the other things we've heard about over the course of this game. It's just because of the spooky presentation that it's probably being received worse.
Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways. 'Tis not an act, my liege. Saving perchance he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Do you know where the other spooker is? Point at the strange machines around you. You must be the crab man. Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub. I'll ask about the nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Think they scared of me.
Do they have a reason to be scared? Or, so what do you think about the nightclub? Or, I trust you won't get in the way of some enterprising youth. Their business looks promising. Or turning a church into a nightclub. I have to say it's a great idea. You should support it. What do you think about the nightclub?
Why not? They wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go.
All right. Not the answer I was expecting.
Might even be nice to have some company.
Everybody wins.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
I feel like I don't really want to call him a crab man, and I don't really want to say there are people who are spookers. That just seems mean. Okay, thanks then. We've still got more searching in here to do. I'm sure I can talk to you more later. A cracked pane of glass, colorful. Well, I wasn't thinking about the Mother of Silence premise as a metaphor yet. I was just reading it literally right now. Frost has drawn flowers on the glass, obscuring the view. A figure drawn in the frost in the window depicting a deer. Oh, what's this? Pain threshold. Mask banger's silk scarf. How do I know which ones I can internalize and which ones I can't? You just have to click on them, I guess. So all the ones up to that point I can internalize, but nothing past there. Oh, I couldn't actually tell they were dark or gray. I wasn't looking as carefully as that. I see it now. They're surprisingly close in contrast from one to the other. But now that you say it, yeah, it's more obvious. I'd say if this is like 100 opacity, this is like 75. That's not enough to really make a huge impression, but okay, I see it now. Oh, is my inventory about to be full of clothes? This huge red scarf is still dusty from lying in the church. A subtle red on red embroidery embellishes it with cocky roosters and mesh floral motifs. Oh, there's no inventory cap. Okay, so it just scales up as you need more slots. Glad to hear that. That's how I prefer it done anyway. I guess I'm too friendly when it comes to not insulting people. A spider has spun its web around this wood-carved pillar. I just feel like when we're still getting to know somebody, I don't want to say something that makes them pissed off. Even if they're hanging from the rafters. Messbanger's red brogues. +1 empathy. These dapper snakeskin shoes have an almost invisible white-on-white flower motif. I said motif before, it's motive. Sewn on the tongue. The toe caps are still dusty from lying in the church. Someone's siphoning electrical current from outside into this antenna. Oh, it's that cube thing, isn't it?
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window.
I wonder if I have to get it from the other one.
Quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
He seems cautious around the machine.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should leave. I doubt this place bears any connection to the case.
I don't know about that. This machine looks just like the one in the doomed commercial area.
It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
He inspects the machine's framework, careful not to touch anything.
A quaint little box of radio waves.
I kind of want to investigate it. Step behind the computer.
You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open.
Yeah, we gotta put the cube in my chest.
The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses. You're free to proceed.
Yeah, I saw that too. The wooden planks on the top. It might be some sort of makeshift, like, box that it's sitting inside of. I can't really tell what we're looking at specifically from this angle. But yeah, it does look a little odd. This reminds me of those old-timey radios, microphones rather. That they have like the vibration dampeners around. Might be what it is, honestly. Very quantum computer in its shape. It's got that tesseract thing. Look inside.
Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker. Log, February to March.
Okay.
Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
We did learn since we talked to the first one of these that there are sometimes just like robots or recorded messages on the other end of receivers, so like maybe that's what's going on here too. I just assumed it was someone talking from somewhere else. I know we had a conversation with that person actually, so never mind, that was a real person.
Good morning, Fortress accident on Saint-Brun.
Yeah, I think it was
This is the East
this person?
Elysium Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Fortress accident, like the one in the Doom commercial area.
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun,
so
the
random.
other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, that's the doomed commercial area.
Gotcha, yeah. I know I put that together early.
Anything else I can help you with?
Yvonne, it's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
I looked inside the core, but the tape on the filament just said log February to March.
Good. Please repeat.
I don't know the password though. No.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer.
I don't know the password. Can you give me a hint?
No.
I didn't think so.
A hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
Is it my birthday?
Still no.
This is the police.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder
Yeah.
Fortress accident.
I said that last
Without
time too, that
signing a
like,
warrant with
if this
LinkedIn,
was the real world, they would have just given us
cannot
everything.
Give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that. Unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
I don't know the password.
Received. I will register this login attempt. Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Nope. That's gonna be all.
Goodbye, Fortress accident.
She says as her voice disappears into a whirl of static.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
A portable Harman Waushi tape recorder. Is it possible it's recording something? Sure. Anything's possible if you dream big enough. 2 decks of reel-to-reel tape spinning on empty. Reel-to-reel tapes are still subject to rot, right? Because, like, almost all the major masters for important recordings tend to be on reel-to-reel from back in the day. I'd imagine there's a lot of, like, archival data that's just kind of being lost to time. Even if they keep them in those, like, dehumidified chambers and stuff, I don't know that you can indefinitely postpone that, but maybe they transfer them again, I don't know. So what's going on here?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad. A dark and radiant majesty.
Yeah, I imagine if you're the mother of humanism, you're probably not doing great right now. She also seems to have a Dark Souls somewhere in there.
This is her innocence, Dolores Day.
Dolores Day.
Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
I kneel to the glory of humanism? I just don't really like kneeling to things in general. I'm not really, like, gonna be a hardliner about it. If it was, like, a big deal to somebody that I cared about, I'd probably do it, but I don't feel like Kim cares, so I'm gonna say no.
Cold wind seeps in from the crack in the glass, Snowdrifts cover the floorboards at your feet. Above, you feel her multicolored eyes on you, inspecting you.
Neil is just Neo spelled backwards, you know.
As if under a microscope.
Which is also Alucard spelled forward. Look up. Okay.
The woman looks down at you, standing there. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips, and a glint in her green-blue eye. Of what? Compassion? Remorse?
A bit of both.
She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
Oh. Don't like that.
You.
Oh, no! That's not what I wanted to hear at all. It's compassion, it's remorse, it's mourning. It is not possible to live. I don't really know what that means to say that.
As that great and desperate thought passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder.
We do X's now.
Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times as you stand in the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles, her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
How did I know this is the mother of humanism? Reconstruct the cracked glass. I'd like to know more about that from Encyclopedia, please.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is
where hippos go to
innocence,
college.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived.
Oh, alright, well that's cool.
No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men.
What exactly is an innocence?
The highest category of historic individual.
Oh.
An embodiment of the world spirit.
I did hear that turn of phrase before, and I didn't really know what it meant. A tyrant?
In a way, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built from the ground up to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time.
Do you think in 10 years there's going to be an HBO original series for Disco Elysium? And they'll, like, completely miss the point somehow, but it'll be really popular anyway, and it'll sort of, like, undo the source material. Sorry, that's a just kind of mean thing to say, but...
An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
I feel like if you got the right writing in this, it could probably be very good. But I also agree we don't need that. Is one in office now?
No, we are alone.
If they do, it'll be someone other than the creators of this world profiting. Anyone here read The Sacred and Terrible Air? No, I didn't even hear of that. We're alone. When did she rule?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi. She is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world.
Right, yeah, no, I understand the state of the studio and all. There are all those people talking about what if there's a successor to Disco Elysium, and it's kind of like it won't really be the same thing, but it's kind of the same vibe. You know, I'm open-minded to that, I suppose. But I'm also not, like, craving it, because I'm still playing the original one. It's very good. What else do I know about her?
Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene La Navigateur, Queen of Serene, modern-day
Serene.
Sir Laclais. Also,
King
that
Redeem
she was
and Queen
gorgeous
Serene.
beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this, dwarfed.
Between the Buried and Me could make a fantastic concept album out of most of this.
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history!
Every
Gotta
time.
keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Great idea. Was she smart?
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an
I thought that
interesting
said
challenge
contact
to a
bridge.
man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman.
Imagine people playing bridge, but a full contact sport.
She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day.
Thinkers or drinkers?
In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state. A scalpel, a piercing gaze.
They drink and they know things. That's their job.
She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous.
Okay, so they're introducing us to the concept of how a cult of personality is formed and how that infatuation has become mechanized in systems of government. I think that's what we're going for, but I'm not sure if I've seen the whole picture yet. How come?
It was on her advice that Irene La Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale. A costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on.
Imagine we start discovering new timelines and sending expeditions into them.
She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Pale yet. Wow, or I don't care. Well, I prefer to stay away from the I don't cares for the most part, but I do understand that perspective too. Greatest era in history, the DeLorean era. Okay, I'm trying to like say it a few times in my head so I can lock in some of this information. These are just like key explanations of important moments that are going to be referenced more, and I'm going to forget.
Wow, indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest.
Yeah, you know what happens sometimes? Lungs just do that.
Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber around her, clearly visible beneath her dress.
Some people seem to worship gold.
That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Riel Belt.
It's like not as satisfying an explanation as I was hoping. I thought it was going to be a whole thing about how your voice is your power and you draw air, which is collectively all of our resource, and you redistribute it as a weapon, you know, from your own bosom. I thought that would have been more of what we were going for here, but she was just emotional. I don't know, I like mine better, really. Was there something terrifying about her?
Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged.
Yeah, I wouldn't want our lungs to start glowing.
Memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying. It's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
Yeah, no, I need to know. What was something bad? What was it?
You already do.
Yeah? What is it?
Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her terriers.
I was really hoping that was just an eccentric way of saying terriers, and she just had a lot of dogs, and they were really happy dogs, and they just kept following around because they just want to be part of all the action. Just a bunch of happy terriers, a little pack of them, with their funny little ears and their little skirts on or whatever. Funny terriers.
She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal. For the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs.
We don't like those. I don't know. I'm pretty socially secluded as well. Do I get to be innocent? What happened?
The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity.
I don't know if I know enough to make this comparison, but is this like a Lenin thing?
Suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, Mare Interregnum.
Exactly, Mare Interregnum. I was thinking
Little
that too.
is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her.
I feel like you danced around the specific problem here, but you didn't really highlight it. I mean, we had a few moments. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity. Well, I guess they didn't dance around it so much as just sort of gloss over it. Obviously, those things are all problematic at their face, but we didn't really get much specific detail. And then a little bit more flourishy language around it again. But she seems to relish that level of power and control, maybe, which is to do with the love of military war games and iconography. Hi, Billy Boy. Thanks very much for the follow.
This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Oh, I just said that word.
Lieutenant Yefreiter, you've stood there for over 5 minutes.
Oh, he's recognizing my status, which usually means he's quite frustrated, I think. Lieutenant's calm voice echoes in the cold air of the church.
What are you thinking of, if I may ask?
Well, maybe not. None of those, really? I don't really have a a good answer to those. She's somehow connected to the case.
She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case.
Not literally, Kim. Come on, you're more intuitive than that. I don't mean she literally did something. I mean she might have inspired something through her thoughts or actions 300 years ago that have butterfly affected their way into what we are currently dealing with.
None of this is, in fact. This church, The coast. This isn't a good place to get lost in.
Alright, we can get a 42% check on reconstructing the cracked glass.
The shards glimmer in the dark.
Failure.
You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know.
That's some powerful post-hoc explanation for a choice you picked arbitrarily. I didn't actually pick it arbitrarily. I picked it as the least bad choice in my estimation. I was kind of just curious what Kim would say to the implication that her thoughts or ideals may have been involved, but he didn't really address the thing that I was hoping he would. The other choices felt much more arbitrary, but that one felt like at least maybe there was a hope for some explanatory power. We could add a point to visual calculus. Let's have a look. Oh, we're at 3 on visual calculus. That's pretty low. I've still got 2 points. Yeah, there's no harm in that. It's in the intellect category. That's kind of where I like my points anyway. That and psyche, obviously, but yeah, sure, why not? Have a blast. Even. I may retry it. That's what I would like to do. I guess I have to close it.
The mother of humanism stands.
I didn't realize
above
it didn't
you,
update
a precious and complex
live like
wax
that.
painting on a single pane of glass. A crack runs across the length of her body.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Her
Let's
face
give it a go.
oval and
It's
sad.
basically 60%. That's pretty good odds.
A jigsaw of broken shards falls into place in
Beautiful.
front of you. A ghostly reconstruction of the stained glass window. Before it was shattered, there was an older woman beneath the younger one. And a text. A light motif below them both.
Now, that's not really how stained glass works, but I don't really care. I mean, for the sake of the visual imagery, it's very beautiful, and if they had tried to create that in proper stained glass shards, in the sort of mosaic format, it wouldn't probably have conveyed as well. I think that's just painted glass. Well, they're calling it a mosaic, so maybe I can't see what they're seeing. Maybe we're meant to believe that it's stained glass, and it just doesn't look like that. That's okay. Yeah, 9 Hertz has got it. Who's shatter? What shatter this mosaic? Yeah, well, tell me about that.
Unknown.
Unknown. Not helpful. Well, I wouldn't have figured that out anyway. Who's the older woman? Motto, what does it say? Step back. Yeah, tell me about the older woman. I thought you were a Dark Souls.
The inscription on her throne says, Irene the Navigator.
Mm-hmm.
She is depicted as an older woman wearing thick-rimmed eyeglasses, holding a golden rights apfel in one hand and a scepter in the other. This is the queen her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole.
Yeah, I was wondering what this was. I guess it's I thought it was a spear at first, but it's like blunted at the end, so it's a scepter. This is the queen, her innocence day advised. Above, she herself is whole.
Small figures of wise men, common men, worshippers walk up the stairs to stand at her feet. Secret servicemen,
terriers,
stand in a row guarding her.
I just really like the imagery of a bunch of
years to
terriers running
produce
around.
this
That's all.
work in all its dizzying detail.
The motto, what does it say? Seize the day.
Below both women, in luminous black letters, après la vie, mort. Après la mort, la vie de nouveau.
Something about the new day versus death.
And then, along the left side, après le monde, la gré. Après le gré, le monde de nouveau.
Okay.
After life, death.
Yeah.
After death,
life again.
After the world, the
pale. Oh.
After the pale, the world again. This is the great leitmotif of humanism, a summary of the effect of the discovery of this isola, the Insulindian, on human thinking. A tremendous sea change akin to finding life after death.
I don't know what layer of metaphor to read this at. I'm wondering, is this another way of thinking of the political pendulum? Or do they mean something more literal? I'm guessing by the follow-up about it being a leitmotif of humanism that it's highly metaphorical and not any kind of supernatural anything at all. Unless their version of humanism is very different from what I understand. Lieutenant, this used to say afterlife, death, after...
Death, life again. After the world, the pale. After the pale, the world again. This exaltation is common in Dolorian sacralism. In the early years, it was even incorporated as the RCM slogan. No more, however.
What is it now?
Justice, union, prudence, and force.
Oh my god, number 4, Jesus Christ. Cool.
Eyes cool.
Step back.
The mother of humanism towers above you. A wax painting on a cracked pane of glass. Nothing has changed in her expression.
Oh, it is a wax painting. Okay. Yeah, that's not the stained glass that I'm familiar with generally. This is Dolores Day.
The old woman in the village was right. This must be the Dolorian Church of Humanity in Martinez, or the small Pinewood Church in some records.
You knew of the place?
It's a minor landmark, not easy to find. Most maps misplace it. It was built not long after Revachol's founding, 300 or so years ago, by first-generation settlers.
On the coast of an uninhabited archipelago where only animals had roamed before, in the wild reeds.
Oh, I know about those reeds. Stick bugs. Oh, wait. What else do you know?
There used to be 7 stave churches on the coast. Les Sept Sœurs, they call them. The 7 Sisters. Only one remains. The rest were burnt in the revolution or used for building materials.
You know, the exterior of the church I thought looked pretty impressive, but I didn't realize it was this, scale inside. It's hard to gauge, I guess, from the exterior.
We should be respectful here, although the building appears to be deserted. I do not believe we'll find anything connected to the lynching here. Something else, perhaps?
He looks at the machinery lying around.
Respectful? Is the lieutenant a follower of Delorianism? There it is again. A small pang of guilt. It's time to ask him what happened here.
Do you know why it was abandoned?
I have a theory, yes. There was a police raid a while back. I heard the place was shot to pieces.
Okay, so you think that has something to do with the break in the pane there? Continue.
The old woman in the village was being tactful with us when she didn't mention it.
Ah, right.
She has more respect for the RCM than many around here.
Or, in a sort of sad, cynical way, maybe she's just scared and doesn't want to necessarily piss off the wrong person, because she doesn't know. So the best thing to do is put your best foot forward, right? Who conducted the raid?
Well, your station was involved, I hear. Although I can't be sure.
How come the lieutenant isn't sure? Is this confidential information?
You're not sure?
3 precincts were involved in the raid, and people say Precinct 41 was one of them.
I don't remember being here, but you don't remember anything.
I am pretty sure it was a clandestine operation. I don't know anything more about it, why it was conducted, or who participated. I try not to pry into extra-district matters.
Yeah, that's still respect, I get, in some perspectives, but it's a perverted sense of respect. Coming from Kim, though, to say respect, I think means a bit of a different thing. I don't think he would necessarily accept respect from fear as valid the same way. Anyway, I don't know. If I was here, I should find out what I was doing.
Good luck. You will not get information on a confidential operation from your station secretary just by calling. If you really don't remember, it might be better to keep this one forgotten. It happened a while ago. It's unimportant to our business in Martinez now.
Kim, are you a follower of DeLoreanism?
Yes, we all are. Her name,
We
body,
all are.
and rule are synonymous with humanism. The laws we enforce are DeLorean in origin.
I don't love when anybody says that we all do X. Like, it's not really the way that works. Stroke your chin.
The woman looks by in silence, smiling enigmatically.
I wonder what he'll say about the accusation of being spiritual. Because you could be a secular humanist. That's what I consider myself to be. I just don't... There's no figurehead of humanism in Earth's conception of humanism. Or at least I'm not aware of one. I didn't think you were spiritual.
It's not spiritual.
Yeah.
It's constitutional.
Oh.
The DeLorean system does not demand faith, only accordance.
It's not exactly dogmatic either, though. I mean, there's best practices, I suppose, but you wouldn't exactly hold someone to those. It's more about trying to find the right way through every situation to do the least harm. The problem is you get into situations where there's trade-offs about what harm means, and people have different definitions about harm, and it's not always as clear-cut. But that's like sort of the secondary conversation. Alright, so we got a couple more things to say to him, I suppose. And see again, what does this map keep telling me about? Stop that. Oh, the bottom one. Scattering of bullet holes. Right, we can reattempt scattering of bullet holes, perhaps. Down at the bottom left corner. What was your name? Tiago, was it?
Oh, hey, wait.
Yeah.
There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love.
You got me. I thought you meant coffee. I was so ready, and then it was like, oh no, this is actually mother's love. Got me. You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
Alright. That's very accepting of you, I suppose. I don't think I'd love to be called a crab man, but... I don't know, there are some cool things crabs do. If you're not a crab, then what are you? Sorry, you just weren't moving like a human. It's your neighbors who came up with that name, not me. I don't really want to pass the buck on, so I'll just say you weren't moving like a human.
I always thought of myself more like a flame.
Oh.
Flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
That's such a renouncement of what he just said to say, what were you before you became a crab man? When he just explained he wanted to be a flame man. Alright, how did you
I was in
do
a
it?
gangway, but my memories of that time are fading.
Oh, okay.
Most of them are already gone.
I lost my memory too, and it haunts me. But I like it. It's like I get to create a whole new me, start again from scratch. I'll say that it haunts me.
No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch will fill you with rapture.
He looks at you as if he wants to pat you on the back.
Do you remember your name, sir?
The lieutenant is not particularly interested in this information. He's just trying to assert some control over
I mean, this is a pretty out of control bit of contact we're having.
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
All right. Skibbity Yeet Harry, that's your new name? My name's Harry Dubois, and my place in the world is Lieutenant W. Freighter. My name's Harry, extend your hand.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
He ignores your hand. His limb's a mere shadow below the ceiling. What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. a way out into nothingness. This church was built around it.
Oh, wow.
For purposes of veneration.
So we found a perforation in the world and built a church around it and never talked about that outside of the church. And you got a hold of this special knowledge.
I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Maybe I should treat this like I have been with the cryptozoologist, where I'm applying too much of my Earth understanding to this video game that might be different. Maybe there really is a perforation in the world, and he does have secret knowledge. Who knows? Let's wait until the evidence comes in. This mother of silence, you mean her? Point to the window.
No. There's a new god in town.
Oh, shit.
And she can be painted or sculpted.
No way.
Because she has no limb or even a face.
What?
She is the end.
Now you're talking about Slay the Princess again.
She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me.
Okay.
But I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes. And no one ever will.
They should try, though. I feel like you've given up so easily. You seem to really, really, really like this whole thing. This whole god thing. Like, you should try. What will happen once you drink from the perforation? That's a great sentence.
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, I won with the state of the world before reality began.
Cool. So you want to drink from the perforation to be incinerated. I feel like your head's not here with us about the life that we're in, but that's okay. It's your prerogative, I guess.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
You sure you didn't just switch one drug for another?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Okay.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Faith is a kind of drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover? Regretting what you did last
night? Yeah, right,
night?
Because chemistry doesn't always work the same way, depending on the scenario involved. And you can be addicted to a lot of different things in a lot of different ways.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
I think love might have been my drug of choice, and I think I'm still hungover. Yeah, I get that.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's
Don't worry,
love.
bro. I just feel so much better once you say, don't worry, bro. You're gonna hook me on that sweet, sweet mother's love. Put me in the ocean.
The mother will eat all of you.
Oh, that's
and
great.
Never spit you out.
That's just what I needed. Just to be eaten by the mother. People growing the mother for their kombucha, I'm sure would agree. Let's agree to disagree.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it. I know it will take time.
Huh?
Don't sweat it.
I didn't click anything. You said it twice? Did he say it slightly differently? Was that 2 takes back to back that they didn't clip properly? Like he probably did the takes near each other and then they just didn't clip them. Huh. I still don't understand what you're doing in the church.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Like a seraphim? Like a less seraphim? Can I buy a skin for $20? Can you sing for me? It doesn't really make sense for you to sing if she's the mother of silence. Boom! Headshot! Oh.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart.
It's so whiplashy, where he's like completely congenial and you can have a reasonable conversation for a moment, and then he jumps into this like everything isn't the way it seems, every assumption I make is wrong, nothing that makes sense to me makes sense to him. Like, we're operating on two completely different realities, and it's really not far away from how some people get when they get really deep into their religiosity.
You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
Cool. Yeah, okay, I don't know what to say to that. How did you even find this place?
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was.
And what might that be?
Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, eh? It didn't belong to me.
Alright. Are these yours? Show him the scarf and the shoes found lying around.
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence.
Oh, so you are selling skins.
You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
Are you just naked? He seems to be shirtless, at least. I don't know.
They look pretty dapper, actually.
Cool. Right. Other questions?
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Do you eat food? Like, what are you doing? What's the deal here? How do you live? You've been here for a long time. Did you see the police raid that took place here?
Something like that.
Oh, I thought it was much longer than he would have been here. When did the old lady say that was? I thought it was like years ago. I thought she said something like every decade there's some big thing.
Did you witness it?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
That really sounds great. Alright, do you know where the other spooker is? Point to the strange machine.
¿Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Muy estudiosa. It just sounds like studious. I'm not sure.
Viejita is...
Oh, grandma. Okay. I don't know that I've ever heard that word before. Wait, so there is another person living in the church, and it's a viejita. Alright.
No.
Oh.
I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
Boy, it sure is complicated talking to you, isn't it? And you don't know where she is. Right, thanks. I'll see if I can find her some other way. You don't know where she is.
That's what I said, Holmes.
Alright. How can you not know that when you both live here?
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
And she doesn't seem to pay any attention to you sitting up in the rafters, apparently. So you got nothing else to tell me? How she looks, what she does, who is she?
I'm afraid not, Esse. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
He shrugs. Have you by any chance heard the viejita say the password to a radio computer?
Too many times, Esse. You need it for something.
Yeah.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Okay. Why are you sounding like a snake there, Drama? Because of the snake that gives us the knowledge. Is this an Adam and Eve? A good old Apple Adam and Eve. Doing a survey of passwords and passcodes, identifying regional trends in the interest of public safety, of course. Just tell me the password, step closer. Yes, it's for first-degree murder investigation in Martinez. Honestly, I just want to break into a radio computer to see what's on it. Alright, I'll do the survey.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
Sweet.
That is true. But what comes after death?
Nothing. Blackness. No, not even that, because there is no observer to observe the blackness, so nothing.
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it.
The little nihilism? Alright.
I think we're done here, Essay.
The little nihilist? Figure crawls off into the darkness.
That was an interesting conversation.
Sure was, Kim. He's talking about someone rather than something. Yeah, I thought so too. I thought he was talking about the lady talking to the radio computer as a nihilist.
However, I'm still not sure how it's relevant
Right.
to our investigation.
Tremble. The time is now.
Time is now.
Ta'ola.
Oh, wait, what was the thing that said it is not time yet? It was a check or something that was like, come back when it is time. Maybe it's time. What time?
Time for the show. For Ta'ola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration.
Oh.
A countdown has begun.
I don't know if this
All
is the time
will
I wanted.
collapse on itself. The world will
Oh.
disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
Doesn't sound the best. Sounds like the Big Crunch. Are we gonna go look at the Titanic? Ta'ola. What's that?
Ulogu theodos. Xeno zausin. Ipoli osithien. Echondes fronisin.
Alright. I don't feel like I know much better than I did before, but I appreciate the attempt. When did this countdown begin? The perception check behind Titus Hardy. I think the time is probably after you prove your authority. Oh, thank you.
Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread.
What if there's some crazy paranormal, like, bait and switch thing going on here, and, like, Harry died or something at the start of the game, and the beginning of it is having, like, a new soul implanted into him or something like that? That would be weird. I don't know why it would be that, actually. This is because of the insane world ending I've been saying, isn't it? I don't think the time is now. Later, maybe.
No, you cannot leave. The countdown has not yet reached 0.
Oh, you spell it like the Smashing Pumpkins. Truly a demon of culture. Sounds like I have to proceed.
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years.
That's like
that is
Cyrillic,
why you
basically.
locked yourself.
P... The L's close, but not quite right. The P is an R, so that's right. The C is an S, so it's got like a curly Q, though. Oh, it's Greek. Right, of course. Something about the scale of it being random, like, it kind of went up and down. I just didn't really put it together, but yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Sorry. You really are a sorry, boring apocalypse cop, huh? Guess so. Saint Cyril and Saint Theodosius were the missionaries who brought letters to the Slavs. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if this is... Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping mechanism?
It's totally also a coping mechanism.
Oh. Nah. not really into it.
Okay, yes. Maybe it is just the hangover talking. Or some kind of joke you're playing on yourself instead of working on the case.
Okay. That was weird. I guess we reached some prescribed number of checks or points in some statistics, so it decided it was time to give us that little moment there. I'm getting quite hungry, so I guess I will wrap us up here. I know we now have the password to address the computer with, and we've pretty much completed the church, aside from the computer bit. Happy to get the password finally, and I think we've still got a few tasks to do for the day. Inspecting the traps, investigating the corpse. Now we can move along with the Egghead and nightclub story. Kuno's story is still up in the air for the moment, and we've got to call in about the victim's armor. So we've got like a nice stack of stuff to do on the next one. I didn't expect we'd get so many prompts that were just like, here's gonna be like 45 minutes of this thing. But I'm not complaining. They were all entertaining in some capacity, except I wasn't a massive fan of the guy in the smoker's apartment. He was a little bit on the dull side, but I understand. You're not going to hit it out of the ballpark with every single NPC. And for the most part, though, like 95% of them, they do hit out of the ballpark with. So that's cool. Yeah, Sunday Friend. I do still want to find out more about their scenario, but I'm not that compelled by talking to them themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah, lots more stuff to pull on threads-wise. And I feel like we made very little progress, yet we did a lot of things somehow. But that's kind of the nature of the slow burn that is Disco Elysium, I suppose. I hope it was entertaining for you as I try to make it. I did tangent quite a lot in today's segment, so I hope it wasn't too frustrating. But of course, if you watch it back in the VOD, there's always, skip ahead 10 seconds or whatever that said. Or 15? I forget what Twitch's is. Any chance for Disco tomorrow? I have a game that I need to play tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Maybe we could split it. I guess I'll leave it up to my mood and other people's opinions what we do tomorrow. But I do have one thing I need to cover, which is a Shin-Chan game, believe it or not. So we'll be checking that out for at least a bit, but maybe we could do a split session or something. All right. I'm going to get some food. Thanks very much for keeping me company for today. I hope it was entertaining. I'll get this clipped and put into the collection ASAP. Should be up in maybe an hour, something like that. All right. Thanks for hanging out with me again. I'll see you soon. Make sure you join our Discord if you haven't already. We'd love to have you in. The more the merrier. Feel free to ask questions or suggest games or anything like that. And I will definitely be doing another Disco Elysium next Saturday, so if you want more, come on back at same time, same place. Have a great night, everybody. Take care.